Hey everybody, welcome back to Alien RPG. I am your host and GM, Hachiman, and today we are running The Hunt, one of my homebrewed one-shots. I hope you guys will stick around for the fun. Should be a good time. If you're watching this on Twitch, throw us a follow, and if you're watching this on YouTube after the fact, go ahead and please subscribe and like for more content. Turn your notification bells on. After the hunt, I've got another game coming called San Tome, which will be a little bit of a longer game, followed by a campaign that I've been writing that I'm really looking forward to running. So I'll edit out the next few minutes while my players show up.
All right. I don't know why, but I'm not getting audio here.
And we'll see you
Let
soon.
me try rebooting the computer. I've tried to
Still no
start.
audio?
Really? There you go. All right. Fucking Christ. I think I'm online now.
Hey, we hear you.
It was operator error. I accidentally muted my browser, and then I thought it was something else. And I need a new computer. This thing's like 7 years old. It takes forever to load up. But I'm back.
Well, mine's pretty old, but I've continuously upgraded it. It was a top of the line processor when I bought it, so just over the years, I've just continuously upgraded the video card and gone solid state on all the drives and stuff like that.
Yeah, my method is to buy the most expensive iMac I can find at the time, and that usually lasts me about 8 years. I can't upgrade them though. That's what sucks. But,
yeah, I'm just not an Apple guy.
Yeah, it's one of those you are or aren't. Pepsi or Coke, right?
That's right.
All right, so I guess we got almost everybody here. Good.
Yep. Yeah, there he is.
I'm back.
He's back.
Okay.
All right. If you guys would do me the favor of adding your character name under your portrait, because it makes my life a bit easier. And this is... Or the character portrait itself works too. That makes it very easy.
How do we add a portrait?
You can select the in the chat on the right hand side at the bottom. You can click the box with your name to drop down and select the character's name.
Well,
yeah,
it's okay, Sharif. I've got everybody else, so by process of elimination.
Where the hell?
Introducing Sharif.
Oh my God!
Crazy story.
What have I done? I'm not even here anymore.
You are here. We see you. We hear you.
I see you.
Keep stalling. I got to reread my character bio.
I'm off my own screen.
Yeah.
What did I do?
Let's see here.
While we're waiting, how do you send a private DM to the game master? Is there a way to do that?
Be right back.
That is a valid question.
There is. I'll. Let me see.
Yeah, I think it's /W or something like that.
/WGM. I just put it in parentheses.
Oh, it's right there in chat tips. It's such a moron this morning. Okay, yeah, /W GM. Yeah, okay, so.
And is there an easy way for me as the GM to do it to a player, or do I have to /W the player's whole name?
I don't know. It just says name.
Yeah, that's a pain in the ass to land.
If you do /W, the name should, and type the first letter of the name, it should pop up.
Should it?
For example, when I do /W and then I write M, it gives me the option to do TM. Or if I do type in.
Oh yeah, it does. Yeah, Zeus. Okay.
That autocomplete as well.
You got my message though.
Yes, I did.
Okay, good. So that part works.
And Bob, you should have seen one for me.
I learned how to add in enemies as character sheets yesterday in Roll20. It's so incredibly powerful.
Yeah, it's got yeah, it no doubt makes it easier.
Well, in the character sheet option at the top, like left, there's like character, and it's like human, ship, hostile, and I was like, oh, you can click hostile and just make it an alien.
Oh, interesting. Let's take a look at that.
Yeah, so that you can actually put like aliens in instead of just rolling pools of dice.
Yeah, I mean, I've been adding them as a character that I can see or control,
Excuse me.
which is kind of a workaround. It gets the job done-ish, you know. That's interesting. All right, well, very cool. All right, so I think we're all here, yeah? Ready to go? It certainly appears that way. So, welcome to the hunt, everybody. This is one that I've gotten pretty big feedback on. People seem to like. So, what's the story, Mother? A large aquatic world, LV-1052's surface is dotted with hundreds of tiny islands, mostly covered in jungle biome. These islands present little in the way of native fauna except insects and other arthropods and some avian species. The planet is owned by Weyland-Yutani, and the company has a number of research centers on some islands as well as several private large game reserves that are open to private tours only. Zeus McCarthy, Sharif aka Crom, has arranged such a tour at extraordinary cost, and he has contracted the rest of the PCs for $100,000, half up front, and their ship, the USCSS Selena, to take him there. When you approach the planet, you're to contact the Wayuu station in orbit to request permission to land. A ship carrying Zeus is, of course, expected. You'll be given clearance to land on one of the pads, and that lasts for 8 hours, at which point you're expected to lift off and dock with the Weyland-Yutani facility in orbit. Once you're cleared medically, you'll be released to head home. While the ship's crew is technically in the employ of Zeus McCarthy, all of the other employees have signed non-disclosure agreements as well as liability waivers. You are not to discuss with anyone anything you see on LV-1052, as it is all Wayuu proprietary intellectual and physical property, nor can you sue the company for any injury or death that may take place while visiting the planet. Enjoy your stay. So, you all begin to wake up with that, instead of the big black blur, the big white blur as you awaken from cryosleep. Your eyes are, fighting you from the standpoint of opening. And let's introduce our PCs, shall we? Who wants to go first?
I can go first because I have a question.
Please.
So, I am Maggie Brooks, the captain of the Selena, the ship that Zeus has commissioned to take him on the hunt here. And that's most of what I have going on that people probably know about. I run my own ship because I don't want to work for corporate overlords and their sleazy little minions. My question is, am I supposed to have a 0 in piloting?
You do have a 0 in piloting, that's correct, because Alfredo Villalobos is your pilot.
Okay.
Yep.
I was wondering because I saw the excellent flight record, but 0 piloting. Okay. So command is my operative go-to, is what you're saying, right?
Correct. You're the, from the standpoint of the careers in the game, you're the officer.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, so that's Maggie, and it seems as though several of you work for Maggie, and you may know that the ship, the Selena, is named after a daughter who she lost in a past chapter of her life.
Very good. Bob, you want to talk about Alfredo?
Alfredo is the pilot. He works for Maggie, and he enjoys his money and adventure.
good. Jesse, tell us about Ahmad Miller.
Mod is a working class Joe, kind of just going along to get along at this point. He knows Maggie a little bit better than most, and also has a connection to the ship's name. Although I'm not sure he's one to necessarily go chat about it. Not without a drink first.
Yep. Sharif, Zeus McCarthy.
Zeus is a somewhat mysterious, reclusive guy, somewhat arrogant, quite confident. He's the reason for this expedition. His personal life is kept rather on the hush hush. He doesn't like to share details of himself, but everyone does know that he is exorbitantly and fabulously wealthy, and he has brought his daughter with him on this hunt, which he does not seem all that terribly pleased about.
All right, and that brings us to Jim with Kelly.
Yeah, so this is Kelly. She's a 10-year-old girl, daughter of Zeus McCarthy. Sweet as pie until you hang around her for too long, I think.
And just for everyone to get a look if you like, there's old Maggie Brooks. And there's Kelly. And last but not least, we've got Zeus. And I'm going to change something that we've done in previous games, by the way. In the past, I've had you guys, when initiative occurs, I've had you guys roll initiative dice. And if you remember during Immaculate, we always ended up with like 4 people with the same number. So I am going to go back to the good old alien initiative card system. And I'll just shuffle them up a little bit and then go down the line. And then what you'll do is no different than normal. You'll click your icon, but when you go to the character sheet, there's the button that says initiative card. And when you click that, you just enter whatever the number of the card is. So trying to alleviate my everybody going on a 4 problem. So we'll see how that works out this time. It might end up being too clunky, but we'll see. We'll see. Alrighty then. So as you wake up, checking your position, you are certainly in system. Your mother has dropped you out of FTL, and you're approaching LV 1052. Now that being said, you're a good solid 8 hours off from arriving, which is going to give you guys a little bit of time that, you know, when you're running your own ship, the ship's engineer, as well as whomever the electrical technician is, typically has to do maintenance once a week and make sure everything's working tip-top. And it'll give you all a little bit of time to move around the ship and decide what everyone needs to do, having just awoken from cryo. So I'm going to move you guys over to Selena. Oh, Crom, it didn't move you. Does everybody see USCSS Selena, the map?
Yep.
Where are you making your maps, Marty?
It is it's an online, tool. I'll put the link in chat if you like. But I mean, full disclosure, I'm crap at maps. I hate maps. I'm no good at maps. I like to write. I don't like to do visual stuff, but this one's pretty good. It makes it that even a guy like me can pull off map making. Because I don't like it at all. I'm not a fan of doing maps.
Yeah, it's not my forte either, but I mean, this is the platform I use, Tabletop Simulator. I can import stuff like this directly into there too. So
Okay.
if I want to use those setups I was showing you, I can alter what that one world system does to pop this kind of stuff up to.
Gotcha.
So it'd be useful for me as well if it's not too technically difficult or artistic.
Oh no,
No.
it's very easy to use. There's one or two things about it that you have to get used to using. There's a main icon section, and then there's a props section, and you have to use spacebar to move back and forth, and that can be a little clunky on occasion. But it's overall it's a very good system.
I'll
Like I
take a look
said,
at it.
if it makes it so that a guy like me can build a map, then it must be halfway good. Yeah. So yeah, this is the ship. You are Selena is a
Yeah.
G-class shuttle, a G-class ship, which means it's much smaller than the M-class vessels. It's basically just a shuttle or a courier, and you guys are in room number 6, which on the map is the cryo deck.
Okay.
All right, so I'm guessing everybody's just getting up from their chambers, right?
Correct.
Okay, so Kelly's sleepily getting up, rubbing her eyes, and she looks over at Zeus and says, Dad, I'm hungry. I don't feel good, but I'm hungry."
All right, dear. We'll get you some food in just a moment.
Kids, I need a smoke.
Are we there yet?
Yep, where's my smokes again?
Now you rub her eyes and probably start thinking about a cup of coffee. So,
Dad, are we at this place yet?
roll her eyes and kind of glance over at Zeus. And then I'm going to start taking a stroll around the ship and just make sure everything looks in order.
All right.
All systems go.
Yep. So you've got your map there with your your ship layout. The number 5 is the Galley. The Galley is obviously, if you can't tell, tiny. It's about 6 foot by 6 foot, so it's basically good enough for one person to get in there at a time. Command or the bridge is all the way at number 2. Engineering's number 8. So you guys can of course read. Because you are kind of a courier ship, you've got a corporate suite, which a lot of bigger ships don't have for your more upper end clientele to chill out in while you guys are going wherever you're going. Yeah, just as Maggie, I assume that means you'd probably head over to the Galley to grab a cup of bad coffee. And as you start to look around, everything looks okay. You probably would certainly want to get a mod to engineering to do to check over everything. And I believe Alfredo is your Comtech character. Not only does he pilot the ship, but he handles most of the electronic maintenance as well.
Okay.
Yeah, Ahmad will kind of rub the sleep from his eyes, grab a cup of coffee, and I know what I got to do. I have to do maintenance on this thing constantly, I suppose. Small ship like this.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'd probably come back with with the cup of coffee and say, Ahmad, why don't you take a look around? Alfredo, you want to show our guests up to the corporate suite? Meet me on the bridge.
Yes, Captain. If you would kindly follow me, I will show you to the guest quarters.
I roll my eyes, tell him he's not being paid by the hour.
Alrighty. So that would. Can you guys move your icons? You should be able to. Yep. All right. Perfect. Yeah. So that would move. Yeah, you guys up to there. The the corporate suite is as luxurious as a ship like this can probably get, right? It's not huge by any means. It's a square room, probably 6 meters by 6 meters, but it has a real bed as opposed to a bunk just built into the wall, which is what most of your crew members get on a ship this size. And a couple amenities, a combination shower or toilet that's separate from the rest of the menial crew members, and that type of thing. A terminal that has access to some entertainment or that type of thing. Ahmad, do me a favor and make a heavy machinery roll, if you would, for your maintenance. Very good. 2 successes. You have a stunt. What would you like to do with your stunt?
Use a little bit of percussive maintenance just to knock everything back together in half the time if I have to make another heavy machinery roll.
You got it. You got it. So yeah, everything. The Selena's a good ship. She's an older ship, but she's a good ship. You found a couple things that were beginning to wear, and you went to town on it, getting all the gears and pulleys and the transflux inducers and all that stuff back into tip-top shape. So yeah, absolutely, half the time works just fine. So it probably only takes you a few hours to get everything done you need to do. Maggie, up on the bridge, yeah, you're, like I said, you're on course for LV 1052. At this point, you can actually physically see it. It's just kind of a small greenish blue pinprick, but it's out there as you're approaching in conventional speed. Alfredo, you show them the corporate suite and then what, head up to the bridge? Is that the plan?
Well, since Maggie didn't bring me a cup of coffee, I'll first get my coffee and get my pack of smokes, even though I never light one, and then I head over to the bridge.
All right. Sounds good. So if you would make a Comtech roll on the bridge for me. All right, 1 success. So everything seems to be fine. Mother, yeah, there's some bugs in the tapes or something. There's definitely some hard drives to be defragged and that type of thing. It's going to take you a little bit of time, but she seems to be doing okay. Zeus and Kelly, what are the two of you up to?
Zeus will begin going over his equipment.
If Kelly was fed, she'll just be sitting there eating and maybe playing on her video game. If she's not fed, she's going to be bugging Zeus incessantly about it.
What kind of video game does Kelly have?
It's a handheld.
Uh-oh. Did we lose Jim or did you guys lose me?
We still have you,
I think we lost Jim.
teenagers.
You guys lost me for a sec?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
There you are.
Yeah.
about to text
Yeah.
you.
Yeah. So much for my brand new modem, huh? Yeah, so if you didn't hear it, she's got a retro video game that's not an original, but it's a copy of a Game Boy with Space Invaders and a few other cartridges. So she's just kind of plugging away with that.
Nice. I like it. I like it.
Cheap as dad.
All right, so Zeus, you said you're checking over your equipment?
Yep,
All right. Yeah, it's
in anticipation.
in anticipation. Does Zeus have a name for his prized possession?
I don't believe so.
Yeah, I should have written that in, I suppose. That's all right. Alrighty then. Did you get Kelly something to eat, or did you just you guys just followed her up to the corporate suite? I think.
Yeah, I think
Following
Zeus
Alfredo.
figures somebody's going to be bringing food.
All right, in that case, Kelly's just kind of wandering around the corporate suite, poking at things and trying to occupy herself till the food gets there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure they have somebody on this ship who brings food.
Well, how long How long do you want to test that hypothesis?
Well, right now Zeus is busy.
Yeah,
He's just busy.
he's just busy. That's right.
He's just busy.
He's just busy.
If Maggie comes up to the cockpit command area, basically, I'll just tell her, Cap, I'm busy with the maintenance, and I think Zeus and his daughter are waiting for the food. Just to let you know.
You're saying that to me?
To Maggie.
To Maggie, yeah. Waiting for their food. Do we have, out of character, do we have any kind of, I mean, I transport people sometimes. Is there any expectation that I'll be making them food?
Because you are a small G-class vessel, you have the world's smallest galley, which accommodates about one person at a time,
Right.
which is probably limited to prefab meals and bottles of water and bad coffee, more than likely. Maybe good coffee. Maybe Maggie springs for coffee. That's up to you.
Okay. I'm going to guess she probably has both since he spent so much money. So I'm going to go back up to the corporate suite, poke my head in. Mr. McCarthy,
Yes.
I trust everything's to your liking so far.
Yes. Everything's fine.
Well, we're about to prep for our final approach to the planet, so I am just checking in to see if there's anything that you need before we are otherwise occupied with, of course, getting you to your destination.
No, we're fine.
Dad, I'm hungry.
Kelly needs some food.
Okay. There's a small galley just down and across the hall. If you check in the cabinet on the right, you'll find better quality coffee if you'd like to like some yourself. But there's MREs and other prefab stuff that you can heat up in there. So if there's nothing else, then we need to get in touch with Wayland Yutani.
Zeus just looks expectantly at Maggie and then looks at his daughter. Like, go ahead.
Maggie, without acknowledging that, will turn around and head back up to the bridge.
Yeah, so
Zeus is completely unconcerned.
yeah,
Completely unconcerned. Feed your kid.
yeah. Kelly's looking very annoyed, and
Feed your kid. You can use my food.
Kelly's just gonna kind of wander out into the hallway.
All right. Where does
Head up
Kelly
to the
want to
galley.
wander off to?
She's gonna check out the galley. I forget where that is, but let's see. The galley is number 5, so she's gonna head north.
South.
Well, she wants to head north. Though.
Oh, okay. Oh, fair enough.
She says galley, but she means bridge.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, has more buttons on the bridge.
Yeah, well, that's probably a true statement. All right, so in that case, after just a couple minutes of leaving Zeus, Kelly probably pops her way up onto the bridge. Alfredo Villalobos is there, bent over a computer terminal, and yeah.
I'd like to. I guess there is no. Huh.
What's
I
that?
thought there was like a stealth or something roll that you could make. I wanted her to sneak around the bridge without being seen.
Mobility. Yep, you make a
Oh,
mobility
mobility.
roll.
Yeah, that's right. All right, so I'm going to do a mobility. No attribute was found for Kelly. McCarthy roll command.
Okay.
Yeah, I also got that error message.
So
It just pops up.
Oh, let me see if it's added. Mobility. Sorry, guys.
No, it's okay.
No worries.
I'll preempt you with observation, and I also get that error message. I'm just quickly going to reload and see if it goes away.
Yeah, I have a 3 in there for mobility. It looks like it's in there. That's weird.
Yeah, it's not showing a roll though.
Huh.
That's interesting. Here, let me try see what happens. There's mobility. Roll. Click. No modifier. Yeah, it rolled for me. It gave the error message, but it rolled.
Oh, you know what? I just saw that too. Okay, so there's my mobility roll.
Okay, so one success.
It gives you error message if you don't.
That's interesting. Maggie, you want to make an observation roll?
Yeah. Same thing. I got the error message, but yeah,
Huh.
one success.
Must be a roll 20 issue. Something's going
It's
on.
a roll 20 issue. I was running I was running a session last night of Alien, and it popped up every single time, but with no other
Hmm.
like issue. So I just
Weird.
kind of
At least
Yeah.
we're consistent.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so Kelly kind of slinks onto the bridge. She definitely has the look like she's being sneaky. Of course, and Maggie, I'm sure you're bent over checking over Alfredo's shoulder, maybe looking at instruments and positions and stuff like that. But you can't miss that she kind of surreptitiously moves on to the bridge of the ship.
Turn around and kind of put my hands up and say, "Oh, no, sweetheart, I'm sorry, you can't be up here. Let me get you back to your dad." Alfredo,
I'm hungry though. There isn't anything up here to eat.
Okay, I can show you where. Alfredo, can you keep getting ready? What's our next move here? Probably contacting.
Yeah,
Like,
once everybody's done with maintenance, the next move would be to contact the Weyland-Yutani station and get final details of what you're supposed to do.
Okay.
In terms of in-game time, you guys probably have a few hours before that is going to happen, so you've got time to do whatever interacting.
Okay, yeah, I was wondering if we had put a finer point on how close we are exactly. All right, come on, I'll show you. So I will, if Kelly's cooperative, I'll walk with her back down the hallway.
She kind of is, but she is drawn to the shiniest, brightest set of buttons on the bridge and kind of walked over there to look at them.
I'll try to keep moving her along somewhat understandingly.
And okay, so she follows.
Come on, if you're hungry, I got you in here. So I'll pop into the galley, take a look around, find some kind of prepped meal. I presume we probably rehydrate and reheat them.
Yeah.
I'll take care of that, and I will get a good cup of coffee and whatever drink Kelly wants. Say, all right, come on, hon, let's go back to your dad, and head back to the corporate suite.
All right, she seems pretty happy with that and follows along.
Okay, so I'm going to come in and say, here, why don't you sit down right over here, and I'll sit the meal down in front of her. Come over and offer the cup of coffee to Zeus. Mr. McCarthy?
Oh, yeah. You could just leave that there.
I'll plop it unceremoniously beside him, maybe let a little splash onto the counter and say, now, I do need to pay close attention on the bridge. Myself and Alfredo have to get in touch with the way station on approach to the planet here. So I need to ask one last time if everything's all right in here. Gotten Kelly something to eat, and I do need you to ensure that she stays off the bridge area while we're trying to approach.
Zeus will look up and say, are the locks on the bridge malfunctioning?
No, and neither are the locks on the corporate suite. I would ask that you not ask us to enforce that.
Zeus just ignores you.
I'm curious, which piece of equipment is Zeus looking at this exact moment in time?
He is looking at his rifle.
His rifle.
Looking at his rifle.
So
right.
So you're probably like breaking it down, cleaning it, making sure, and putting it back together, stripping it and putting it back together, that type of thing.
It is evidently already quite spotless, but he seems to be endeavoring to make it even more spotless.
I loves my gun.
Yeah.
Loves his gun.
It is
right.
Maggie, it
is
is
a work of
probably one of the largest rifles you've ever seen. It's a conventional rifle. It's not like an automatic assault rifle or anything like that, but it's just a big double-barreled gun.
Okay. Maggie will disregard that. It's not her equipment. She's really not interested. So she'll kind of look at Zeus. Mr. McCarthy, like, trying to get his attention.
He is 100% focused on his weapon right now.
I do need you to ensure that you and our other passenger here can comply with the safety protocols on the ship.
All right, now Zeus looks exasperated, and he looks up at Maggie. and says, "Is there a problem here?"
Your daughter is not allowed on the bridge. We need her out of there. Keep an eye on your kid. Thank you.
Yeah.
And I'm going to turn around and head out.
As you're leaving, I'm coming up the hallway, and Ma just catches you and goes, "Do we have problems already?"
No. I'm going to glance back over my shoulder at McCarthy and then back over to Maud. No problem.
Okay, I heard some mild voices down the hall.
Kid's hungry, that's all.
If you need me, I'll be back in engineering in case anything breaks on landing.
Okay, we're about to get in touch with Wayland and see what we have to do to approach here. So I'll keep you posted.
Thank you. Just say over to comm.
Yep, no problem. I'll head back to the bridge to try to link up with Alfredo.
All right.
An out-of-game note, but my wife and I have been watching Below Deck. I don't know if you know that reality series where it's luxury yachts and their crews and how they go charter with really rich people and what happens. And it's
an actual show. Oh my god!
Well, no, it's been running since like 2012, and they got like 4 or 5 iterations. And I'm not a big reality show person, but my daughters were watching it, and it is fucking hilarious.
Is it like this?
It's just like this, except all the crew members could pose for Playboy or GQ, and they're just basically spoiled 20-somethings.
It's right. It's like this, except that you can't actually convince yourself these people really work on a boat.
Yeah, right. Okay, because they don't know how to tie a bullet, most of them. But apparently they know how to serve caviar, so that's all that matters. But yeah, it's a funny show if you can tolerate reality shows. But it's like this. So anyway, continue, please, Marty.
No problem. All righty. All right, so up on the bridge, what's going on up there? Alfredo's probably still working, having all sorts of fun running a scan disk on Mother. I can.
If only we upgraded to a Linux operating system. No scan would be needed. But no. Look around. Make sure Maggie's not there. Too cheap as Captain.
No, Wayland Yutani does not work with anything related to an open source product. So if we can't engage with their systems, it doesn't do me a whole lot of good when I'm trying to come in and land on a planet. Cheap. You think Wayland Yutani systems are cheap?
Captain,
what's the other one called? What's the Siegson?
Apollo.
Apollo? Yeah. Do you want us to switch over to Apollo, Alfredo? Is that what you want?
At least that is not monopolized, so rock in a hard place, Captain. Rock in a hard place.
Just get the ship ready. Are we in distance yet to raise Wayland Yutani control?
Yeah, absolutely. I would. You're getting there. The delay at this point is, you're beyond the distance from Earth to the Moon, to be sure, but not much further than that. So the delay is minimal.
Okay, so I'll try to flag the way station then and make our presence known.
All right. Alfredo, you want to make a Comtech roll for me? Oh, no successes. Would you like to push?
Nope.
Okay.
Sorry, Captain. I'm busy defragging. Can't use the Comtech and the defrag at the same time. Told you we needed that upgrade.
After a moment, your communications console starts to ding. Someone's definitely reaching out to you, and when you hit it, a voice comes on and speaks a language that you don't quite understand. Your guess is it's something Asian, something Far East Asian.
I kind of just shrug and look at Captain.
I will also kind of shrug and press the comms button and announce this is Captain Brooks of the Selena. We are approaching the Wayland Yutani station, docking station above LV 1052. I am looking for clearance and details on landing as we make our approach. We are hoping that someone there speaks English. Over.
After a moment, a voice comes on and says, "Yes, USS Selena, we've been expecting you. Sorry about that there for a minute. They had to grab me because I speak English. You are on approach right now. We see you good and clear. Is Zeus McCarthy on board?"
I'm going to hit the comms button and say, yes, 1052. We have all listed cargo and passengers on board. We're ready to make our approach if you're ready to receive us. I just need docking station and the correct timing.
Yep. Very good. Would you please get Mr. McCarthy to transmit the personal identification number that he was sent as part of his contract?
Push the button. Stand by. Alfredo, could you grab Zeus?
Yes, ma'am. I get up and trundle down. Mr. McCarthy!
Thank you, Mr. Villalobos.
Mr. McCarthy!
What is it now?
I need you on the bridge to send your personal code. Make sure we're not raiders or pirates, apparently.
All right, I'll be right there.
All right, trundle back.
All right.
Zeus will carefully repack his weapon. And when that's finished, then he will proceed.
Is this guy based on the Postal guy? Did you ever play the game Postal?
I did not play the game Postal.
Only my weapon understands me.
He has been enabled, let's put it that way.
Alrighty then. After a moment, the station comes back across and says, "Selena, still waiting for that personal identification number."
I'm going to press the button again. Yeah, stand by 1052. We're fetching our passenger now.
Alright, so Zeus appears.
Mr. McCarthy, I need you to deliver your personal identification number to the receiving station for 1052 so that they can confirm our approach. Do you have it on you?
Yes.
Push the transmit button. 1052, we're ready to transmit. You ready to receive?
Yep, we're ready.
I'll stand back from the microphone. Mr. McCarthy?
This is Zeus McCarthy, personal identification number 11701 Alpha.
All right, Mr. McCarthy, 11701 Alpha, we got you confirmed. You will be making planetfall to land on landing pad 13. We are transmitting those coordinates to the ship now so that your pilot can take you in. Please keep in mind, you have 8 hours to complete your contract and then leave planet, at which point we will be expecting USCSS Selena to dock with us so that we can do a medical exam of all persons on board. After that, you are free to leave.
Yes, thank you.
This is Captain Brooks again. We've received all your information. Alfredo, you good with the coordinates?
Yeah, no problem there, Captain.
Okay. Can you get me an ETA?
Yeah, mother's computing.
What do we come up with?
It will planetfall. Yeah, it's going to take to get the proper window and angle and to fly in and everything like that. You're looking at about 6 hours to make planetfall.
Okay.
And about 6 hours to make planetfall. So if we're ready to do that, Okay. Oh my gosh, my phone's ringing. What's going on here? Hold on, I'm sorry, guys. Oh, no, that's got to be spam. I'm not answering that. They're out of their minds. Okay, so yeah, you're welcome to go ahead and Alfredo can make his piloting roll to bring you guys in. But
Hey, Alfredo, you should probably push.
yeah, you should probably push. But before you do that, just as you're getting ready to come up on entering the atmosphere, you get a there's a blinking light on one of the control panels. You guys have a red light. It looks like one of the vents in environmental is opening and closing.
And that's basically what happened. I aborted the landing and just went, Captain, there's a blinky lighty thingy.
What the hell? I'm gonna take a look at it, and I'm gonna just hit the comm button. Mr. Miller, call back to Ahmad in engineering.
Uh-oh.
Jesse,
Glad I muted myself. My bad. Yep.
Ahmad, we have some kind of malfunction going on over in environmental, something with one of the vents. Can you take a look and see what's going on in there?
Yep.
All right, make it quick and let me know. We're about to make our approach.
Okay.
All right. So, Ahmad, you head over to environmental, and you see the little girl. You see Zeus's daughter Kelly in there. She's goofing around with some of the controls, some of the blinking lights.
Come on, wee one. Come on. I'm gonna.
Where's my dad?
He is waiting for you in the room where you left him. I need you to exit this room. We're gonna go land.
Okay.
Bumpy.
All right. Are we there yet?
Almost.
Okay. So she kind of bored, stalks off to the north, not satisfied with any of the blinking lights.
Is there a comm on the hallway that I
Yeah,
can
I'm
call the
sure.
bridge? Just say, we had the child Kelly was in environmental. Is the light still going out there, or do I need to fix anything?
Is the light still going?
Nah, whatever it was. It looks like she probably closed it right after she opened it. It was just enough to screw up your making planetfall, but beyond that.
So, is there a typical appropriate protocol with securing ourselves and the passengers when we're making planetfall? I'm assuming we should be locked, seatbelted in.
Yeah, generally you would want to strap in because it could be a bumpy ride.
Okay.
Do you want me to sit in there with them?
Here's what I want you to do. Is Ahmad back on the bridge now?
No, I'm on the comm in the hallway.
Comm in the hallway. Okay. Inform Mr. McCarthy that he needs to secure himself and his daughter. And without mentioning anything past that this is protocol, lock them in the corporate suite.
Can do.
No problem. And after that, get your own ass in a seat because we are going to land.
I understood. Walking up the hallway, peeking my head in.
Yep.
Mr. McCarthy, we were making our final approach for landing. We're going to need a seatbelt on. We'll give you a click over the comm when you can take the seatbelt off, and we've taxied to our gate on ground. So just secure yourself and your daughter, okay?
Yes, very good. Thank you.
Great. And then I want to lock the door.
Not a problem. Not a problem. All right, and then you head up to command or to the bridge.
At that point, probably find Maggie getting somewhat serious with Alfredo to try to get our ducks in a row and make sure the landing is smooth.
Yep. All right, so Alfredo, go ahead and push up. Perfect. All right, very good. So you have a success. Not a problem whatsoever. It's a pretty routine thing, making planetfall, something you've done 1,000 times. Of course, you were thrown off before by that sudden warning light. But picture perfect, not a problem whatsoever. You're following the coordinates are locked into mother, and you've got the beacon that you're moving in on. As you guys approach, you see your. Sorry, give me 1 second. I'm sorry, I got something that won't get out of my way. There we go. We're just gonna click all. As you're getting closer and closer, the kilometers start to count down pretty quickly, and when you're getting into the low double digits, it becomes very clear that your destination is an island, which you guys should see in the handout section. And full disclosure, again, I am crap at maps. This is, when I'm left to my own devices, this is as good as you get. But it's it looks like a vacation spot, white sandy beaches, and there is a huge landing pad on the western side of the island, clearly, and that's where the beacon is taking you. It's large enough to hold an M-class ship, a large star freighter, so Selena is going to look tiny on that pad. As you get close, you can also make out there's a small 2-story building, kind of smack dab in the middle of the island. Other than that, there's not much else to see. It's covered with trees and jungle.
Presuming we're all strapped in, is there a secondary tower I should be contacting to let them know that we're actually coming into the port?
No, you weren't given those instructions.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just keep it steady, Alfredo. Let's get down on the pad.
Aye, aye, Cap.
All right, I hit the ship's comms. All passengers, be aware we're prepping to land right now. Be absolutely sure you're in your seats and strapped in.
All right. So Alfredo, you set her down nice and easy. Looking out the viewports on the bridge, you get a clear look at this island. It's your gut reaction is that it's probably an underwater mountain that you're on the top of, and the island rises to a peak in the middle. There is wrapping around the island, set in the sand of the beaches itself, is a large 6-meter fence. And on the landing pad itself, where the fence comes and borders the landing pad itself, it looks like there's a gate that would allow access through the fence. And there's some sort of standalone terminal near that gate.
Okay, get on the comms and say, all passengers be advised, we are safely on the ground on LV 1052. You may disengage your seatbelts, and we will be back to the corporate suite to talk with you in just a minute here. Can I do an in-game time check? Where are we at with, like, what time is it as we land?
Oh, it's probably, in terms of the time on this day, it's right around. It's in the early afternoon, so it's just right at about the hottest part of the day.
Okay. So I'm going to turn to Ahmad and Alfredo. Listen, guys, we have an 8-hour window here. This guy is already flexible with the rules in a way we can't tolerate. At whatever forward 8 hours, you two are to be back here on the bridge. We are dusting off with or without them. I have no idea what he plans to do with his kid, but she is not staying here on the ship for 8 hours. That's not part of the contract, and we may need to be firm with these people. But just be aware, for the crew members of this ship, we are dusting off at, and I'll double verify the time, because we're not missing our window to get cleared out of here. Also, if we do and they start to give us any kind of nonsense, we're skipping the medical check. Just so you guys are aware of what's going on before we get out of here. This guy wanted us to sign a bunch of crazy waivers. I don't trust what he's doing here. If we need to get out, just us, then that's what we'll do. Ideally, that won't happen, but Mr. McCarthy has not been cooperative. Does that make sense, gentlemen?
It makes perfect sense. I'm
Yep.
going to go unlock the corporate suite, though, before they realize that we've locked them in.
Good idea.
It's kind of give like the little half jog down the hallway to type in the code.
I would start following behind, too, since we're all coming down there.
Man, the spam calls are serious today. Come on, guys. I'd put my phone on Do Not Disturb if it weren't for, in case I get a text from work or something I need to answer. My vehicle warranty must be running up. Okay, I'm sorry about that. All right, so you half jogged down there to unlock the door before they realized, and you said, Maggie, you were following behind?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Alfredo, what are you up to?
Just squaring away the ship.
Okay. All right. You unlock the door and tell me what happens.
I unlock the door and I peek in. You can now take your seatbelts. Oh, the kid is already up.
Yeah, she's standing there when the door slides open, just looking up at you with her finger on the door, incessantly pressing it without it working.
Well, welcome to your landing.
Good, we're here.
Yes, we've arrived. I'll step into the room behind Ahmad. Yes, we've arrived. So, per the protocols for this journey and the agreement in our contract, and you understand the expectations of Wayland Yutani, we have 8 hours until dust off, and that's a hard deadline. Whatever you have to do here needs to happen in that window. I do need to advise you, our ship will dust off at that deadline regardless. We will not miss our clearance to leave this planet, as is outlined in the contract. So if there's nothing else, I would wish you and your daughter the best with whatever it is you have going on here. I assure you the ship will be ready to leave when you get back. I can even be ready to have dinner for you and your daughter when you get back on board. But the deadline is firm.
Out of character, Marty, I'm not sure what the nature of the agreement is with Zeus and the crew. Are they to accompany him on this, or?
Well, the contract was probably less than clear. Left open to some degree of interpretation is the best way to put it. It simply states that they are to transport him here and assist him with whatever it is he's doing here, and then transport him back. But it doesn't. It just says assist. It doesn't specifically spell that out.
Okay, well, I guess for the sake of the game, what is your intention? That they come with Zeus, or that they stay here?
I'll let you guys work that out.
Because I could see Zeus fighting for, either one of those two things. Either be left alone or have help. I don't know.
Well, if it's not clearly defined, Maggie's position will be to protect the ship and the crew. So and in her mind, that assistance would be, we're here for you. We are ready when you get back. If you'd like, I'll have some food hot and ready for you when you get back. And then we'll get you to the way station and get you out of Dodge. So that would be Maggie's interpretation of assisting you.
From the point of view of gameplay, is it better if we all stay together? Because then I'll have...
It's up to you guys. I'm easy. I will say this, Alfredo, it's probably, you're on the bridge just, locking down the ship from piloting her down. And it's only been maybe, a minute or two since everybody left the bridge to go to the corporate suite. And your communications panel is pinging.
I answer it.
All right. a different voice from what you heard before comes on. This one has kind of a shall we say, a Latin accent. It's a female, and I'm not going to do a Latin accent because I'm terrible with accents. But she says, USCSS Selena, this is Wayu Station. Have you landed? Have you made planetfall?
Yes, we have.
Very good. We need some assistance from you and your crew while you're down there.
Give me a moment to contact the captain, and she can organize with you what you need.
All right, we will hold.
And I jot down, Captain.
I'll hit the thing, Mr. Villalobos.
Somebody on the comms, they want some help. Official Wayland Yutani.
Roger. Mr. McCarthy, we understand the terms of our deadline to leave, yes?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, I'll need to go take care of this. I'll head back up to the bridge.
All right.
What is it, Alfredo?
I pointed the comm.
Hit the comm tower. This is Captain Brooks.
Captain Brooks, this is Station 1052 in orbit. We have a problem we need some assistance with. We have an observation facility there on the island, and about 2 hours ago we lost contact with them. It's probably nothing. I'm sure it's mechanical or electronic failure, but we require your assistance to check into that, please, while you're there with Mr. McCarthy.
Look over at Alfredo and kind of give him a look like, what do you think?
I shrug. How much does it pay? I whisper.
I'll hit it. So 1052, we would need to be covered for the extra fuel cost moving around down here. Also, I have concerns about what this contingency might do to our hard, fast dust-off deadline. Would we be able to get some flexibility on that for helping you out?
If necessary, flexibility can be arranged, absolutely, and financial compensation is not a problem. We have a small crew in that observation station, 3 persons. If you would check on their well-being and assist them with whatever repairs necessary to get their communications back online, please, thank you.
Heard that, 1052. You understand, I just don't want to get my people stuck down here. We're happy to help out if you're happy to help us.
Confirmed, Selena, not a problem.
I make a fingers money sign to the captain.
Yeah, and I'm shrugging. Yeah, we're here anyway. Let McCarthy know.
As a side note, ICC protocols pretty much require anybody to help anyone in aid on a colony or on a ship anyway, so.
ICC protocols and what banner we have with the actual controller from the tower at the time of doing it. It's Wayland Yutani. Cough up the cash. And I mean, they might require things, but we could just fly away. So at any rate, I would head back to the corporate suite.
All right, very good.
Is Ahmad still in there as well?
Yes, I'm trying to figure out I'm asking Kelly how old she is.
I'm 10. And then she just kind of turns away and looks at the door and maybe wanders out into the hallway a little bit.
No, please. I just look at McCarthy.
Kelly, as I come down the hallway, back into the door, sweetheart. I have to tell you guys. I have to talk to you.
Okay, when do we get off this thing?
Just head back in, and I'll tell you everything.
Ahmad just looks perpetually sad around the young girl.
Just pop my head in. Ahmad, Mr. McCarthy, we've received a distress call from the way station, the docking station on the way in here. They have an observation station further inland on the island. They've lost contact with them a couple of hours ago. They are going to throw us a few extra dollars and give us some flexibility on the dust-off time if we go and check that out and help them out. I wanted to communicate this to you because obviously we have to help them out, and it's the right thing to do. So, Mr. McCarthy, I'm not sure if this is exactly where you need to be or if there's somewhere else you need me to take you on the island, but we have an additional objective now to reach while we're here. But it may give you some flexibility on when we get out of here.
Well, it's hardly my concern, but it's near to where I'm going anyway, so we can travel together for a while. That's fine. Do you have a radio where I can keep in touch with you?
We do, and maybe we'll set up at the observation station, and if that's closer to where you need to go anyway, it'll be easier for you to get back to the ship, and we can leave from there.
Yeah, as a just a side note for you guys, if you're looking at the picture of the island, the observation station is obviously that brown dot number 2. That's pretty close to the middle of the island. This island is not very large, so from the standpoint of the landing pad, it's probably only a kilometer and a half. Of course, it's up through hills and in a jungle, so it's not the easiest kilometer to hike. But yeah.
Okay. So if everyone is on board and agreeable to that, then I'm going to need you all to strap back in. Be advised that while we're in atmospheric flight and during any landing procedures, the doors will remain locked on the ship.
Okay.
Standard protocol.
I'm sorry, I might not. Maybe I wasn't entirely clear. That's my fault. There's really nowhere else to fly at this point because the observation station's in the middle of the island. You're on. The
okay. I can't pick up. Okay.
Yeah, there's the island's covered in jungle. There's really nowhere to land.
Okay. Do we have an alternate vehicle, or you said it's only a kilometer to get there?
Yeah. Yeah. No alternate vehicle. Unfortunately, you're probably hoofing it.
Okay.
I'll get my bag with my stuff.
Yeah, load up on my gear.
Before Maggie leaves, Zeus will say, "Oh, and Captain,
Mr. McCarthy?
I strongly suggest you arm yourself and your crew." And then Zeus returns to his preparations.
What exactly are you doing here, Mr. McCarthy?
Well, there may be wildlife here. We don't know.
Strap up. I'll look at a mod. I'll let Alfredo know. So then I'd head back to the bridge, fill in Alfredo on the details, make sure that Maggie grabs her various stuff. It's not much, but the various things listed on her gear. Do we have any heavier weaponry on the ship?
You do not.
Okay.
You're a courier shuttle.
Right.
Usually not much need for anything.
Yeah. Okay. Grab her pistol, binoculars, etc., and tell everybody else to get as equipped as possible. There may be dangerous wildlife out here on the planet.
Zeus will sport his khaki shorts and boots and khaki vest and hat and throw a few extra reloads in the pocket.
What kind of hat is it? Tell me it's like a pith helmet. That would be wonderful.
Yeah. I was thinking more like a Crocodile Dundee thing.
Oh, yeah, there you go. I like it.
Festooned with various teeth and other collected trophies
Nice.
from past hunts.
Kelly starts rummaging around her duffel bag and pulls out a pair of brand new flip-flops that she got back on the world, and decides to put those on instead of her tennis shoes she already put on. And she's wearing a kind of just a very light jumper, what a 10-year-old would wear, with flip-flops. And looking
Kelly is doing something that may impact Zeus's hunt. He takes notice and says, no, dear, you have to put your boots on.
I don't want to wear boots. It's going to be too hot.
It doesn't matter. You're going to hurt your feet. You're going to hurt your feet. Put the boots on.
I don't want to walk with the boots. I want to walk with the boots. Can I do a manipulation roll with Dad here?
Ooh, a PvP manipulation roll?
Sure.
Sure, I'll let you do that.
Take his character, Marty. Take his character. No, Jim, you're an NPC now.
That's right.
10 hours later, put your boots on. No, I don't want to put more.
She had a success. So Zeus, do you want to give in or do you want to resist her?
Zeus just says, "Oh, okay, whatever you want, dear. It's fine. It's you know what, just wear the flip flops."
Okay, and she puts her flip flops on and looks at her dad and says, "Can you carry my boots for me?"
Zeus is in ignore mode now.
So she just drops them on the ground and kind of walks out into the hallway then.
Ahmad will break down and pick them up.
Okay. Very good. All right. Alfredo and Maggie, what are you two up to?
If I'm finished gearing up, then I would be. What do we have here? This is an exit in 3.
Yeah, the cargo bay. You guys have a small cargo bay that has the airlock, which also has a docking umbilicus for docking, but in this case, it would just it would open up and let you guys down on planet.
Gotcha. Come back out in the hallway, gather everyone up. Say if everyone's ready, we can disembark.
Yep, grab all my gear and then just follow the captain.
All right. So,
what did we say about the weight of reloads? It was 2 equals half a pound.
Yeah, it's one. Oh, geez, one reload is a quarter slot. Hold on one second. One of my kids' schools calling. All right. So did we left off? You guys were you'd geared up and you were heading out. Is that what we were at?
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. Perfect. So as you step out, as you open the airlock, the first thing you notice is that this island is it's far from air conditioned. It's very warm here. Probably easily 100 degrees, and fortunately there's a breeze that comes off the water that kind of that salty air that makes it passable. You're on the Selena is on the landing pad, and there's that 6 meter, give or take 20 foot fence that surrounds the island, and you see the gate. Built into the fence. Birds, insects buzz around. Don't see any evidence of any other animals of any sort. There is a terminal on a freestanding pedestal right next to the gate, and you're fairly certain you can make out a humming sound, kind of like the humming sound of high voltage coming from the fence itself.
Hey, Marty.
Yes.
Is it a dry heat?
No, it's definitely very humid, but the breeze helps. The breeze helps.
Alfredo just sighs, shrugs his shoulders and says, "Well, Captain, after you."
I don't hear Andy. Do you guys hear Andy?
Nope.
Negative.
Oh. Nope.
So, Mr. McCarthy.
Check.
Yeah, we got you.
Okay, I had to change off of my microphone and change back to it for some reason. Okay, so do we have some kind of GPS or means of finding this place through the jungle without just walking blind in a direction? I know we know the general direction, but it's jungle.
Yeah, you know the general direction, and there, as you look past the gate, there does seem to be a worn path or track that goes up into the jungle in the general direction of where the building was when you saw it.
Okay. At that point, gonna look back at McCarthy and say, well, it looks like that's the way to go. Do you know anything specific about this place you can tell us before we walk into the woods? I mean, you came here for a reason. You told me to stay armed, so what can you warn us about?
I have no idea.
You have no idea why you brought that serious rifle with you?
I know why I brought the rifle, Captain, but I
Let
have
me
no
ask you.
idea
Let me ask
on
you a
this
finer
planet.
point question.
I
What are you
suggest
planning
we
to
all
do?
just walk ahead and enjoy the day and take part of this adventure.
Okay,
Excuse me. Carry on.
Just
And Zeus will leave
alleviate
the
my
ship.
curiosity. What are you planning to kill with that rifle?
Zeus has left the ship.
Well, we've all left the ship.
Yeah, you're standing just outside the ship.
Oh, okay. Well, then Zeus is on the track.
Okay. Well, as you're walking up towards the gate, there's the pedestal with the computer terminal on it, and you can definitely hear high voltage humming through this fence and the gate. The terminal just has one single LCD line that says enter pin.
Zeus will enter his personal ID.
Okay. And as he does that, the humming comes to a stop, and you hear a click come from the gate.
Tally ho. He will proceed to open the gate.
All right.
I'll look around at Ahmad and Alfredo and kind of shake my head.
I just shrug, make sure my pistol is within quick reach, and voila.
I have a maintenance jack in my equipment, and I guess a bolt gun with my bolts, but it's more repair equipment than a weapon.
So what are we looking at here? Is it like wood-framed electric fence to open this gate, or what's?
Oh no, the whole fence is made out of metal. You're assuming it's steel or something along those lines. Certainly a steel alloy, something heavily conductive, right? And it's the entire thing, side to side, end to end, top to bottom, is made out of metal. When he entered his PIN code, the humming stopped and the gate clicked, and he opened it up. There's another pin pad terminal on the other side of the gate.
Okay.
So I guess Zeus, you probably walked through it and are standing on the other side at this point.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's Kelly up to?
Kelly is going to walk right past her dad and just start walking down the path a bit, looking left and right.
This won't end well.
It's just going to end as the girl who loved Tom Gordon.
I'm surprised we even made it onto the planet. To be honest, I thought she was gonna depressurize the ship.
You're lucky she's not as proficient as Tenacious.
She tried, and she got in there with the vents.
Kelly can make an observation roll since she said she was walking down the path and just kind of looking around.
Yep. We'll do.
Wow, 2 successes. Look at you go, Kelly. There's it's I don't know that Kelly's probably never been in a jungle before, but she she understands the concept of a jungle, and this is definitely a jungle. There's all sorts of plants and trees and such, the likes of which she's never seen. Some kind of bizarre multi-legged insect of some sort probably crosses her path, and that was very interesting. It's got a curled up upraised tail. There's plenty of birds up in the trees making various squawking noises at each other. As you look around, they're different sizes, to be sure. Some are very small and flip back and forth, similar to the birds you've seen on Earth, and some are rather large. And beyond that, really, darn it. Roll20 does one thing that I wish it didn't do, and it makes my life a little more difficult. Pardon me, I'm sorry. Yeah, and as you're looking around you, you got a glimpse of movement out of the corner of your left eye for a moment, and you look over that way, and at that moment, a small flock of maybe 8 or 10 birds lift off from a tree they're in and fly off. So, probably what you saw.
Is there any especially pretty flower or plant around?
Oh, I'm sure there's a bright orange orchid-looking thing, probably just about 2 or 3 yards right off the path.
Yeah, and she's going to walk over to that thing and try to pick it. So I guess she's going over here.
Yeah, I don't have a map for this portion. I do apologize. What's everyone else up to?
I would like, and I want to try to do this out of view of Zeus, so just quickly behind his back if need be. I would like to try to find a rock or a branch or log or something that I can jam the fence door open with.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Do you make this obvious that you're trying to do it?
For you guys, yeah. If you guys if we're all behind Zeus and he's moving forward, that's part of why I just gave you guys the look around. Like, I don't like this at all, and would probably maybe even nod at you and be like, "Let's grab that rock."
I just pull out my maintenance jack. I'm like, I can break the lock if you buy me a minute.
Yeah, can do. So I'm going to walk up and walk ahead of Zeus to try to put myself between him and Kelly. Say, Mr. McCarthy, I understand you're a well-paying client, not just a client. And I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just trying to look out for my crew here. Could you really maybe fill me in a little bit more on what you have going on as we're walking into the forest? I'm sure you can understand my concern. Clearly, you're a woodsman. And I'm just going to try to keep him looking forward and distracted, maybe gesture towards his daughter and say, hey, you've got your kid here too. We just want to know what we're getting into. And try to leave Ahmad a second to act behind us.
Is there any chance of Zeus noticing what they're doing?
There is. It's I guess.
Should we do manipulation?
Yeah, I guess the question I would have is, how much does Zeus care about what they're doing behind him?
Not one bit. He would just give him his ID code. If you want to get out, here's the ID code.
So let's do a couple things. Ahmad, go ahead and make a heavy machinery roll. Okay, 2 successes. What do you want to do with that stun?
Can I get fancy with it? Can I basically jam the lock in a way that should I want to, it can be re-enabled later, but right now it's just kind of open?
Yeah, I'll let you do that. Absolutely.
All right.
Absolutely.
So it's not, it's just a temporary while we're here.
Okay.
Perfect. So how do I want to do this? Here's what I will. Here's what I'll do. Why don't Maggie make a manipulation roll, and Zeus make an observation roll? Maggie gets 1 and Zeus gets 2. Anybody want to push that, or are we good?
No, choose
Okay.
this one.
No, probably not. She may not be that in tune with whether he's distracted.
Yeah. So Zeus, you see that Ahmad's messing with the gate behind you. Now, like I said, whether or not you care, that's up to Zeus. So Maggie's doing a pretty good job of holding your attention, but not quite good enough to keep you from seeing him doing that.
There's no need for that, he'll say as he spies Ahmad working to jerry-rig the lock. And then he'll turn to Maggie and say, Captain Brooks, I'm a hunter, and it may surprise you to hear this, but I don't much care what it is I hunt, as long as it's rare and as long as it's sporting.
So you won't have a
And
problem
all the
telling me what it
information,
is?
I don't know what it is. as I just said, I don't particularly care. Rumor has it that there is a large game to be had here, and I'm the man to claim it. Now, as you may have noticed, this large fence is probably here for a purpose. I imagine that whatever is in here with us should probably stay on this side of the fence. So I'll tell you what, I'll just give you my personal ID number, and if you want to leave, go ahead and access the keypad at any time.
Okay. I'll take it.
All right.
Whatever it is here.
That'll work.
All right.
All
But do
right.
as you will.
So Kelly comes back out of the forest with her pretty orange flower. There's probably like something like an ant crawling out of the middle of it as she's holding it.
I bring it up to my dad and say, "Dad, look what I found."
He'll look down. Oh, that's lovely, dear. Come. We're on the hunt.
So she just stuffs it into her jumper pocket and kind of looks around, bored. He goes, "Where are we going? I'm getting kind of thirsty."
Zeus will look inland, make a show of smelling the wind, looking down for tracks. This way, I think.
Are there any other kids here?
What'd you say?
Are there any other kids here?
No.
A pause and a no.
So she kind of pouts and walks back behind him somewhere.
Such a dick.
As a side note,
I know how Jesse felt that first time that we played together when he had to play that corporate asshole. Now I know how you feel. How I felt.
I mean, it's if you pull it off, it's beautiful, you know. And then you don't get invited back for a month.
For my character, I just have to remember all the times I went to Disney with the kids.
Yeah, there you go. Well, if any of you remember your Spock from the episode of Mirror Mirror, it was much easier for them as civilized men to act like barbarians than it was for barbarians to act like civilized men. So it's much easier for a good father to play a dick of a father than it is for a dick of a father to play a good father. So
It's good to know.
As a former therapist, I concur in real life as well.
All right. So do we go trekking through the jungle?
Yes.
Yeah.
Very good.
Forward to adventure.
Forward to adventure. I like it. So this is this track has been cut through the jungle, and it is certainly traversable. It's not the easiest footing. You're moving up and down. You're moving up and down hills, and there's the occasional vine stretched across. The low-hanging branch, that type of thing. It's clearly maintained, but I guess the jungle likes to try to close in on itself pretty quickly, despite whoever comes through once in a while to clean it up. And with the canopy overhead and plants and trees all around, ferns, even though you're outside, it's very closed in feeling, claustrophobic. It's there's just everywhere you look, it's just more green. And as you're continuing, at one point you top a hill right before you start to head back down into a small gully, and you see the building up ahead. It's not far at this point, a couple hundred meters. It's not very big, though it is on what you think is probably the highest point of the island. So from here on, the ground gets pretty steep moving up. It's maybe 2 stories tall, and it looked like it was made out of hardened concrete, frankly. it not like any observation post you've ever seen, more like a military building, frankly. So,
Well,
go ahead.
I guess our prerogative, looking back at Alfredo and Ahmad, our prerogative is to get to that building. Wayland Yutani says they have 3 workers in there. They just want us to see if they're okay and report back on them, or maybe help them get back in touch. So, Mr. McCarthy, of course, you have a limited time here and you have a specific goal. So I would not ask you to come with us if you don't want to, but we're right here if you're interested in helping out. That's entirely up to you. It's your money.
Yes, thank you. Has Zeus detected any kind of tracks?
Make an observation roll.
Okay. Nope.
Would you like to push the roll?
No. He'll just move to another area. But so yeah, I guess he'll continue inland, which will bring him close to this building anyway. So he'll continue with the group.
Very good. Very good. All right. As you continue to approach, eventually you start to be able to get a clear look at this building, and like I said before, it's about 2 stories tall. It looks like it's made of just a gray, hardened concrete. It has a security door on the side. The building is hexagonal, and it has a security door on the side that the path leads right up to. Above that security door is a camera that is actually pointing at the track, at the path right in front of the door.
I will walk up to the door, and uncertain whether the camera has a microphone or not, I'll wave to it, say, "This is Captain Brooks from the Selena. We've been asked by Wayland Yutani at the docking station to come and take a look and see what's going on over here. If you can hear me, we understand your comms are out." And then I'll give a knock on the door.
All right. The door is the door is a heavy alloy security door, and you wrap your knuckles on it. You hear a slight echo beyond, but in the end, there's no response.
And there's no other fence or anything around this place? The path just leads up to the door on the side and then
Correct.
off to the sides? I'll turn around and look at the rest of the crew.
I try.
What's that?
I try the door.
The door is locked with a pin pad set into the concrete next to it, like set into the wall itself.
Look at McCarthy. Do you have any reason to think your pin might open this?
I don't, but we could try.
Turn around and put the pin number in.
Yeah, the lights blink red at you 3 times and nothing happens.
Suppose we should take a sweep around the building then. See if there's any other entrance, any other way of getting someone's attention, window, something.
Can we make an observation roll for that?
Yeah, absolutely.
McCarthy will take a look around, but he's looking for tracks.
Understood.
Probably better for Maggie to help somebody than to make her own observation roll.
Oh wow, look at you go, Zeus. Wow, Ahmad with a success, Alfredo with a success.
And oh, there you
Maggie
go.
with 2 successes. Kelly, did you roll? I don't see you.
No, Kelly didn't roll. She's just sitting against the side of the building playing her game.
Okay. All right. Very good. So Zeus is looking for tracks. The rest of you are looking around. The building itself is it's not huge. It's probably 10, 12 meters wide overall. And as you walk around it, the entire building seems to be made of solid concrete. There are no other entrances, no windows of any kind. However, around the top of it are multiple security cameras. Or not security, but you know what I mean, cameras, whether they're security or otherwise. But there's multiple cameras so that they point out in a wide range of directions. There's probably 8 or 9 of them. At the apexes where the sides meet, as well as on some of the sides themselves. And then you notice that there's actually a pole that sticks about 5 meters above the middle of the building that has a communication dish as well as another camera that looks like it could swivel all the way around.
That's on the side of the building?
That's on the very top of the building, actually.
Very top. Does it look like there's any way to possibly get on top of the building?
Not easily. You could try to climb, but it's fairly smooth, hardened concrete. It would probably, you could try, but it'd be dangerous.
Right.
Any sign of tracks?
Zeus, as you start to look, something catches your eye. It's not much. It's just the tip of a branch that's broken off. That's just off the path to the left. And as you start to look at it and your eyes start to follow, you see other things that indicate that something came through here relatively recently. You're not sure how long it's been, but something definitely came through here recently. So what would you like to do? Are you following the tracks? Is that...
Well, Zeus will say
Sign,
to
I
the
should say.
others, it looks like we have company. And then he will say to his daughter, "Come along, dear," but without particularly checking to see if she does. He will then go to the sign of the broken twig, tree branch, whatever, to investigate some more.
Very good. All right. What's everyone else up to? After
What do you
you guys
mean,
did your walk around.
Oh, explain this company thing. I thought we're the only ones here.
Who was that to?
To Mr. McCarthy.
McCarthy doesn't know. He just shrugs, walks away.
All right. Here's what I think we should do. Find something heavier, and we'll knock it against that door. Make enough noise to try to rouse whoever's inside. If that doesn't work, me and my crew are going to go back to the Selena, and we're going to contact Weyland-Yutani docking station and let them know that they need to take further steps to try to raise whoever's here. We're not equipped to do it. At which point, we're going to revert back to the original protocol since we haven't really deviated from time. And Mr. McCarthy, I'll need you and your daughter back by whatever the time was for 8 hours later so that we can make our departure. For all intents and purposes, we're returning to the original plan. Is everybody comfortable with that?
Yeah.
Whatever you say, Cap.
I'll do my best not to scare whatever it is you're after, Mr. McCarthy. I want to go find, again, like a rock or a log or something and smack it against that steel door.
Not a
Better
problem.
than like-
Not a problem.
I still have my maintenance check.
That'll do. You could try to see, maybe, could he see if he can disable the door?
Yeah, you got a couple ways you could go with this. Alfredo could try to run an electronic bypass and open it, or Ahmad could certainly use his maintenance jack to try to...
Sorry, I thought you guys might like to do that.
Oh, the hunt.
Yeah.
Ahmad could certainly
my dog's like,
try
huh?
to crack the sucker open mechanically with a heavy machinery roll, so you guys could go either way with it, to be sure.
Go for it, Ahmad. I want to see this. You've been boasting about the jack of yours customized here and there and everywhere for a while now.
I just trying to be of help, but I can see what I can do. Let me cut the hinges off. Heavy machinery.
Yep, and the jack gives you +1, I believe.
I'm gonna push.
All right. Man, the dice gods they're either giving hard or they're taking hard. One of the two.
Yep.
2 successes. What do you want to do with your stun?
I'm gonna show off a little bit for Alfredo.
Nice. All right, it takes you a few minutes of work, but you eventually start to crank this door open for the team. Kelly, what are you up to? Kelly? Oh, there you are.
Sorry, my mute button wasn't working.
It's okay.
Yeah, Kelly is still just kind of looking bored, sitting there. She's not doing a whole lot.
Okay, so she's not following Dad or anything. She's just
She's engrossed in just picking at her feet and the twigs on the ground and not paying attention to what's going on.
Very good. Very good. I'm dragging everybody to a new map. Make sure you see it. Tell me if you don't.
Yep.
I see it.
I feel like I'm missing something. Maggie?
I don't see it. Are we all supposed to see a new map? I do not.
How about now?
I see it. Yeah.
Now I do, yes.
Okay. I felt like I was missing somebody. It just didn't seem to. It seemed like I was missing a character. So, all right. So I'm gonna drag everybody over to this here. Alfredo. Kelly's probably like right there, I imagine, leaning up against the building, right?
For now.
For now. And Zeus is heading this way into the jungle. Ahmad's probably right up front. All right, so yeah, you're able to get this door cranked open. The next room, or the room you see, it's a small vestibule. You might call it a mud room, as it were. It's not very big. It's only a couple meters deep and a few meters wide. There's some sets of boots there. A couple jackets hanging on hooks, but other than that, it's fairly empty. There's not a whole lot there. There's a door up ahead, and the lights are on. I mean, the place has power.
I unholster my gun, and I just go in, just stand next to that door and listen.
Okay. All right, you can make an observation roll. What's everyone else doing?
Probably the same.
All right, that works. Oh, roll a panic. Alfredo. A 5, holding it together. Okay.
I'll push.
All right, go ahead.
Hang on 1 second.
But what panicked me?
The silence.
God damn.
I'm gonna stop breathing down my neck.
All right, I'm gonna push.
All right, go ahead.
Oh,
Wow. The gods
We
are
do not know
being
what's
good.
going on in here.
You hear nothing beyond. The door itself is a pretty standard proximity door, and it has power. If you step up to it, it should just open up.
I ready my pistol and wait for somebody else to step up to it.
Wait,
Captain-
be dangerous.
Captain
You go
Brooks,
first.
I have a bad feeling about this.
Yeah, me too. But if somebody is going to be stepping up about it, I suppose it's going to be me. So, pistol drawn, I guess I would like to try to open the door.
Yep. As you step close, it opens up, no problem.
I'm gonna peek inside. You know.
Yeah. You're not feeling good about what's in the next room. It's the room is probably the room's probably 5 meters deep and 6 or 7 wide. There's the far wall in front of you has a bank of computer terminals and monitors, but they are a couple of them are flickering. But in general, they're all messed up. They're all shot out. There's damage to the walls of this room, which includes what looks like impacts from weapons fire, as well as some sort of perhaps a fire of some sort. And like I said, the monitors and the computer terminals seem to be all just blasted out.
Nothing left in working order.
Doesn't look like it. In the top left corner of the room, why is that not pinging? I don't know why it's not pinging. But in the corner of the room, kind of the northeast, if you're looking at this map, the top right corner, excuse me. There's somebody there, kind of half laying on the floor, slumped up against the wall. And right in front of you, just a couple meters in, right in front of you, there is a lot of blood. No body, but a lot of blood. And the remains of some sort of weapon, some sort of assault rifle. Looks like it's half shattered, lying on the floor.
Okay, turn around, look at Alfredo and Ahmad and go, with my gun drawn, I want to kind of slowly approach the downed body and without yelling say, "Hello? Are you okay?"
Alright, so that's going to put you moving over to right here, give or take. Where are you two? You two moving slowly into the room?
Yep, I will cover that ladder and kind of point to the other ladder and look at Ahmad. And I'll just yell at Mr. McCarthy, get yourself and your daughter in here now.
I question if McCarthy even... Well, that pinged. There it goes. Now it's pinging. Okay, sorry. I question whether McCarthy even hears that. So we'll come back to that in just a second. The ladder in the southern part of the room, the big arrow pointing down obviously indicates that ladder goes down. The ladder in the northern part of the room goes up. Maggie, you're fairly certain that this person that's right here slumped against the wall is dead. They are...
DOA.
What's that?
DOA.
Oh yeah, they are covered in blood, and it's a woman. I should have explained to you. It is a woman. She is wearing a white lab coat and kind of honestly a nice blouse and a knee-length skirt. Kind of business attire. But there is blood all down the front of her, and her blouse is torn, like right across the middle. She has some sort of pistol in her hand. Oh, and by the way, the three of you can all gain a point of stress for all this. You're seeing a whole bunch of blood and a dead body. And obviously something's wrong. Kelly, you move your way in and see all this, and so you can join in the stress. I'm sure that makes you happy.
She's going to emote with a blood-curdling scream when she sees all the blood and bodies. I don't know if that affects anything.
Yeah, I think that gives Maggie, Alfredo, and Jesse quite a jump and probably another point of stress.
That's a teenager. We just ignore her.
At that point, I would turn around and say, "Jesus, why don't you get her out in that lobby?"
Yeah,
Come on.
She's a 10-year-old too, so she's already started to move out. Desperately looking for her dad.
Wait, don't go alone. I'll come with you.
Hey, Zeus, do me a favor. Make an observation roll to see if you heard Alfredo yelling for you. Oh my God, that's a lot of dice. Do you want to push it or leave it?
Zeus. No, Zeus will not push it. He's very intent on trying to figure out if whatever came through here is still here.
Yeah, okay. That makes sense to me. He's doing his thing. So you're so focused, you did not hear it.
So if I could,
Yes.
I don't know. They tell me to stop if I'm doing too much of this kind of thing, but I'd like to make a mobility roll and then pick a random direction to run to find my father.
Okay. Yeah, I'll let you do that. So let's do this. I'm just going to. This thing doesn't let me roll a d3, does it? I'm just going to roll a single d4, ignore 4. 1 means you go north, 2 means you go back towards the ship, and 3 means you go south.
Okay.
And of course, I rolled a 4. Go figure. Go figure. Try it again. A 2. So you go running back down the path towards the ship. Now you have a panic. So roll your panic, please.
Okay.
A 6. So you're holding it together, but and with 2 successes. So if you're running down that path, it's hard to. It's a hard path to run down, but you're a kid and you're pretty agile and you're holding your ground.
Any chance Zeus heard her scream?
I'll let you roll observation for that. So yes, you did hear her scream, and you probably saw her go running out the door.
Zeus will sigh and roll his eyes. Oh, God damn it. And return towards here. And he will shout. He will shout after Kelly.
All right.
Kelly, get back here.
Ahmad's coming out at this point and he goes, "We need to get her. It's not safe here."
What do you do, Kelly?
Should I do an observation if I hear him or not?
I would say you probably haven't gotten that far down the path, so I think it's safe to say you hear him. And after all, you said you were running, looking for Dad, right?
Yeah.
So I think hearing, and since you're not truly in a panic, mechanically speaking, I would say hearing Dad's voice, yeah, you would hear it and you can act normally.
Okay, yeah, so I'll go running back towards Dad and then grab his leg and hold on to it really tight.
All right.
Zeus will respond to Ahmad by saying, "There's a healthy tip in it for you if you look after her."
Dad, I don't want to leave you. Why? What? I want to stay with you. I'm scared.
Let Daddy look inside, hun. Here, go with the nice man. Zeus will kind of take her arm and push her towards Ahmad.
Yeah, I'm not very happy about, going along with Dad.
"It's okay, little one. We'll try to help."
On that note, Zeus will pop inside for a look-see.
All right. So go ahead and move yourself in. Maggie and Alfredo, while this is all going on, what are the two of you doing?
So, I would like to take a closer look at the woman and see if I can see anything about her wounds or anything.
Make I'll let
Check
you
to see that she's actually dead,
Yeah, do an observation or a medical aid, whichever's going to be higher for you.
All right.
Medical aid, 2 successes. So she is most certainly dead. There's no question. There are 2 large slash marks right across her belly, and it looks like that it ruptured her abdomen and her intestines had actually started to come out. She was probably killed instantaneously by whoever did this. The wound is it's very clean, and what I mean by that is whatever did it was very sharp and just sliced through her like she was hot butter. And just as a side note, since you're kind of right up there on her, the pistol that's in her hand is actually a Rexum EVA laser pistol.
Do I know anything about that?
Yeah, you don't see very many of them because they're expensive,
Okay.
But yeah, it's a powered laser pistol. It does 1 damage like a normal pistol, but it's armor piercing.
So it's a little meaner. It's a little bit meaner than a normal pistol.
Correct, correct.
All
Because
right.
it's a laser pistol.
I would like to pick that up,
Okay.
stand up, turn around, and say, "We got a body over here. Definitely DOA. And whatever got her didn't care about this." Hold up the pistol. I'd also like to hang on to the pistol.
Yep. It's a half encumbrance item, and if you want to put it on your attacks, it's +1 bonus, 1 damage, armor piercing, and a max of medium range. And I can repeat that if you need me to. I kind of rattled it off pretty quickly.
1 bonus, 1 damage, medium range, armor piercing, right?
You got it.
We'll just call it laser pistol.
And it is you can put power 3 in your power spot on your character sheet. That's how much power it has left.
Where's power at?
Bottom left, I believe.
Oh, yeah. It's right underneath my fucking camera.
Oh, yeah.
That's why I don't see it. Okay. So, yeah, I will turn around and say that aloud to Alfredo, and presumably at that point, I see that Zeus has also entered the room.
Yeah, I would say so, which, Zeus, you may as well add a point of stress for seeing all the carnage.
One quick thing
Yeah.
about that. Can Zeus surmise that this is violence? That this violence is a product possibly of an animal? Because if he thinks it's people on people, I could see how he'd be stressed out. But he's sick enough that if he saw this violence and he thought it was from the thing he's hunting, he might actually get excited. You know what I mean?
I gotcha. You know what? That's good. I like it. Make an observation roll. 1 success. So, the based on your sharp eyes taking the scene in, the lady who's dead in the corner over by Maggie, she, first off, she's not the person that caused the big puddle of blood that's right in front of you on the floor. Because if she were, there'd be blood, gore, entrails from that spot over to the corner of the room, and there isn't. So she was probably killed in that spot. And whatever cut her, it doesn't look like any sort of animal that attack that you've ever seen. It's too clean. It seems like it seemed like it was a weapon. And speaking of weapons, the weapon that's on the ground, on the floor in front of you, that's been shattered, you think, you're not sure, but you've seen them before, you think it's a Wayland-Yutani NGS assault rifle, which is a next-generation armor-piercing pulse rifle with a built-in incinerator. Similar to what the Marine Corps uses, but instead of a grenade launcher, it's got an incinerator. But it's trashed.
This is person-on-person violence, he surmises?
That's where you're feeling, yeah.
Okay, so he takes the stress,
Okay.
and in a disappointed tone, he says, I don't think my quarry has been here.
Maggie and Ahmad, are you two still right outside the building? Or have you moved back in?
I'm following Kelly, so
Oh, that's why I meant Kelly. I said Maggie, I meant Kelly.
yeah.
So what's Kelly up to? She hasn't moved for a moment. Is she still hanging outside, or has she moved back inside?
Yeah, she's still hanging outside. She's just looking around really nervously, not knowing what to do.
Alright, so Ahmad would probably be right out there with her then, I assume. So, Kelly, make an observation roll, would you?
Will do.
Roll your panic. 6. Okay. So, as you're standing, as the two of you are standing out there, And Ahmad, I'll let you make the observation roll too. You're out there as well, so go ahead, please. At one point, a flock of birds off to the right, scattered and took off. And you there, Ahmad? Jesse?
Yeah.
Did you want to do the observation roll as well, since you're out there with her?
I got a 4 stress, but I'll do it.
No, it's up to you. You don't have to. I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't want to push you. Well, all right. Well, roll your panic. A 7. 7 is the 7
Tremble.
is the tremble, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So
I'm,
you and Kelly each
nervous.
gain a point of stress.
Good girl.
But you had a success, and Kelly had 2. So, as the two of you are standing there in the next, 30 seconds or so after that flock of birds took off, that was off to your right. So, I guess in my mind's eye, you guys are standing right here. So that sound happened from and now it's not pinging again. What's going on here?
What layer are you in?
There we go. It's working now.
I see it now, yeah.
Okay.
You
Sometimes I do the thing where I try to pin, but I'm in the GM layer, and
Yeah.
it won't show for players.
I got you. But are you seeing that?
Yes.
Okay, so that's where the flock of birds kind of scattered from. And then you hear some rustling in the jungle off down this way. And then the part that really starts to bother you, and Ahmad, you hear this too. Kelly, you hear in your father's voice, "Enjoy the adventure." Words he said earlier out by the gate.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
Oh shit!
She freaks out and runs as fast as she can into the building.
All right, so she goes charging in there. Ahmad, what do you do?
I take a point of real life stress.
No, it's Ahmad. I'm running along.
Okay. All right. And you guys jacked the door open. That's right. So you guys come inside. Then the interior door closes behind you. Okay. So Maggie and Alfredo, what would we like to do?
Well, we haven't communicated with each other about theories about the bodies or anything, right? We've got just
Not really. He kind of came in and looked around and kind of drew his own conclusions. And
but we haven't
then,
said anything, right?
Yeah, about a minute later, the two of them come charging inside.
So, all right, I'm going to walk back toward the middle of the room and say, listen, according to Waylon Yutani, there should be 2 more people here. I think we need to confirm whether they're alive or dead as quickly as possible and get back to the ship. Waylon Yutani needs to send something heavier to recover this or deal with whatever happened here. It's not us.
What, Captain? Why did they? What's going on? Why did you guys run back?
Something out there.
Whoa! What do you mean something out there?
Kelly pipes up and just starts saying, "Daddy, I don't want to be here anymore. I don't want to be. Can we leave? I don't want to be here. I'm scared. I don't want to be here."
When Zeus hears Ahmad say there's something out there, he will excitedly rush towards the door,
All right.
slinging his rifle to his shoulder.
All right.
Captain, I think I'm probably going to go down the ladder quickly to see if anybody is still alive down there.
I'll come with you.
This is more PvP stuff, but can I grapple my father?
Make a close combat roll.
Okay.
And Zeus, are you looking to avoid her, or are you going to, if she succeeds, you're going to let her and try to? Oh, she succeeded. So do you want to try to avoid her, or do you want to try and peel her off you?
No, he wants to avoid her.
All right,
This
make
could
a
be
mobility
pivotal
roll to
moment
see
in the
if
hunt.
you can avoid her.
You'll notice at no point would you like to show affection and empathy.
Oh,
Right, he's
Going for an option like
roll your panic.
not an option for this guy.
no.
6. So you're holding it together, but you probably just get like into the open door when she latches onto you.
Child, get back.
You got a 40-pound weight hanging on your leg now.
All right, so let me move to. Give me a second. I'm gonna
It's a -2 to mobility rolls.
That's right. I'm gonna move to sub level really quickly, and that was Maggie and Alfredo going to the sub level. Why did it close that? Give me 1 second. Alfredo sub level and Maggie sub level. You guys see the sub level map?
Yep.
Sub level 1.
Yep. Very good. So this room is basically the same size as the room above you guys, maybe slightly larger. It's got a very small power processing reactor, probably a tiny fusion reactor that provides just enough power for this place. There's a couple tools hanging on the wall, but other than that, it looks empty.
No bodies.
No.
All right, Alfredo, let's get up the next floor up and check, and let's get the fuck out of here.
All right.
Yep.
All right. So you guys
Timing.
come back up and then start going to the upper level.
Yeah, and I'll tell everybody as we walk through, nothing down there, no more bodies, it's just a power reactor. We're going to check upstairs, and then let's get back to the Selena.
Sounds like a plan, Captain.
All right.
Would it, just by the way, would it be odd that they've got a power reactor there or not?
I'm sorry. Say that again.
Something has to be running the building, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's a pretty standard reactor providing power.
Yeah.
Nothing that you would find unusual, and it was fully functional.
Oh, just making sure.
Oh, no problem. Absolutely. That was a very fair question that I probably didn't expect. So as you guys go upstairs, this is obviously the living area for the people that are here, and I'll come to the downstairs here in just a minute. But as you guys go up not upstairs, but up the ladder, there are actually 4 bunks here, each of them with foot lockers at the end, and then a second locker like next to the bed. One of them, this one in the back corner, seems completely unused. Like there's no, the bed's perfectly made. It's still wrapped in plastic, like like Fifth Element style, if you know what I mean. There's no personal effects or anything. There's just nothing to indicate that's been used. These other 3, on the other hand, do look like they're in use. You two want to make an observation roll for me? Oh, wow. Holy crap, Maggie.
Nice.
Yeah. No problem.
She's like the anti-Johnny Vasquez.
That's right. Oh, and Alfredo, too. Look at you two go. There's someone over here, hunched down, very almost as if they're trying to make themselves as small as possible. Just where that bunk kind of meets the wall, almost as if they're trying to cram themselves into the corner.
Okay, so I have 2 stunts, right?
You do it.
I would like to use one to try to get the investigation done as quickly as possible,
Okay.
half the time, because Maggie's goal is to get moving. And the other one, can I gain an unexpected piece of information? Is that an observation?
That's
Stunt? I
not
don't
an
have the list in
observation
front of me. I
stunt,
forget what it's for. No, that's okay. What are my other options?
How do I get in past away? Are there more of them, and is it coming for me?
Okay, so in relationship to the person who's hiding, are there more?
No.
Okay.
I don't see anybody
So
else.
I put my gun up like this and my other hand up and say, come on out. We're not going to hurt you. We need to know what happened here.
Okay. You're pretty sure it's a woman. You can kind of see a flash of long, very dark hair, but she does not seem to be responsive.
Okay, I'm going to slowly approach.
All right.
Alfredo, we got somebody over here.
Right, I'll just I'll cover you, Captain. I've got the pistol pointing at the bed.
Okay, in that case, I'm going to keep my gun lowered
Okay.
and just kind of walk up with my hand out and say, "Can you hear me? Are you okay?
Okay.
Does this person look like they're alive?"
Yeah, with your, you had 3 successes, so I'm not going to make you roll again. I'll just feed you some information as you move in. So go ahead and move your token as you get closer. It's a woman. She is definitely wearing a Wayland Yutani lab coat. You're looking at her back, but you can kind of see her shoulder, and you see the Wayland Yutani patch, and she is hunched over. Like I said, it's like she's trying to squish herself into the corner. And as you approach, she's mumbling something.
I say, "It's okay. We're here to help. I'm here to help you."
Make a manipulation roll.
2 successes.
Look at that. That's impressive. She kind of glances your way for a second, and then she glances your way, and then she just looks back down, and it's almost like she's trying to crawl under the bed now, and she's mumbling something, but you really can't hear her that well.
I'm going to put my hand on her shoulder and kind of start to like stoop and turn around so I can get a look in her face.
Okay. She's Latina. And near as you can tell, the name on her coat says Torres, and she's what she's mumbling is very difficult to hear, and you're pretty sure it's in Spanish.
Okay.
El diablo vino por Dios. El diablo.
But you don't speak Spanish.
Yeah. I'm just going to give her the kind of common, like, "No hablo inglés." She responded all.
She does not. She's lost in her own mind for a moment.
Excuse me for a second.
Go ahead.
Captain, what's going on there?
She's trying to say something, but I can't hear her. I'm going to try to stand and lift her. Come on, can you come with me? I'm going to try to, like, lift her up by the shoulders.
Okay. She resists a bit, but she doesn't really stop you. She doesn't. She clearly doesn't really want to, but at the same time, she doesn't really stop you either.
So there's nobody else in the room,
Right.
And there was a body downstairs, a blood pool downstairs, and 3 total people we were supposed to account for.
Right.
Let's get the hell out of Dodge. All right, Alfredo, help me here. We're going to have to help get her down the ladder. I don't know how well she can move on her own, but we got to get her, get the others, get back to the Selena, and in the best of worlds, get off planet.
Sure. What's going on, Captain? What are you thinking?
I don't know, but at least 1 person and probably 2 have been killed here. I can't understand what she's saying. Oh, Alfredo, do you speak Spanish?
See?
Maybe you can help us here.
As you approach the ladder with her, and she kind of gets close to that opening, she just comes to a stop. She does not seem to be, and she's staring wide-eyed down. She's staring wide-eyed down at that opening, and she says it again. El diablo vino por ellos. Which, Alfredo...
The devil? She's talking about the devil, Cap.
Yeah, I will, give me 1 second here. Why is it not? There we go. Is it because I had caps on? There it goes. I'm sending you, something, Alfredo.
Captain, she's talking about a devil that came for them. Them, I assume, is her team, but doesn't make any sense.
Ask her if anyone else is left alive. There's only supposed to be 3.
So I'm going to cut back to what's going on downstairs. Perfect timing. So
Out of character, you should totally post the Spanish because I didn't catch the whole thing.
oh, you didn't hear what she said?
No, I don't think my character speaks Spanish anyways. I was just curious.
Oh, yeah. That's what she said. El diablo vino por ellos. Yeah. All right. So downstairs, they've just gone up they've just come back up and head up the other ladder. Zeus, your daughter has wrapped around you, saying she wants to go home, and Ahmad, you're right there. What are the three of you up to?
Zeus has peeled off his Samani E-Series watch and is thrusting it at Ahmad. And he says, for God's sakes, here, take this. It's worth $40,000 if you'll just watch her, okay?
Ahmad, you there? Did we lose?
Yep, I'm here.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. Did you hear what Zeus said?
No, I hadn't.
Oh,
I was
okay.
just someone sent me a text.
Oh,
Zeus is waving his Samani E-Series watch at you and is very exasperated and is telling you it's worth $40,000. You can have it if you'll just take care of her.
Okay.
Okay.
all right. So you, Zeus, you head towards the door with your, like you said, your gun shouldered.
That is correct.
Okay. All right. So as you get out there, Kelly's right behind you. Make an observation roll as you head out that way. Oh, do you want to push it?
Sorry, yes.
Okay. Push it real good. All right. Roll your panic. 6. All right. So as you slowly move your way through the open doorway just outside the building, you catch a glimpse of something off to your left in the woods or in the jungle. It's not close, and you've never seen anything quite like it before. It is moving in a way that it's just unnatural. It is completely alien. As the little sun breaks through their canopy, reflects off of its chitinous black skin, and you know it's what you're here for. It is
So good.
give you a really good look at it. That's what it is.
It's everything the brochure promised.
The two of you are still on the upper level, aren't you? I mean, even though you're still there, I'm going to drag your characters down just so you can see what's going on, or drag you guys over so you can see what's going on. That's Maggie and Alfredo.
Yep.
We'll move you back in a moment. But it's so let me shrink that back down and pull it. It's off into the jungle this way.
Can Zeus take aim and fire?
He can take aim and fire. I'm going to have Zeus. I'm actually going to have the three of you guys down there do initiative. But before I do, Zeus, and you're not sure where it came from. Maybe above you, you're not certain. But you actually hear your own voice whisper, "Enjoy the adventure."
Well, that'll definitely startle Zeus.
So, yeah, you definitely, Zeus, you gain a point of stress for seeing the alien, if nothing else. If the three of you will open up your character sheets, click your icon, and I will deal you an initiative card.
You're talking to Kelly too?
Yeah, Kelly, Zeus, and Ahmad. Kelly, just going left to right. Kelly, you are an 8. So plug that. It should open up a box, I think, where you plug in the value. Or is it just rolling 0 over and over?
Hold on, I was doing it wrong.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
And on silent. So let's see. I clicked her. I get the initiative card. And you said an 8?
An 8.
All right, awesome.
Zeus.
Sorry.
What'd you say mine was?
I haven't gotten you yet, Ahmad.
Okay.
Zeus, you are a 3.
So I click initiative card and put in 3.
Yep.
Is that what I do?
Let me pull up my turn order. Oop, not that one, this one. Turn order. Except it's not. There it is. Ahmad. You are 2.
Oh, cool.
That's very unfortunate. Alright. Okay, and then I need to go to this thing here. Let's pull up his character sheet. And we are going to put in a 5. We're going to put in a 9. And this, if everything is working as intended, I should have precisely what I want here. And it's not showing the thing's first move for some reason, but that's okay. I know what it is. I've got it in front of me, right? Alright, so we're going to put in ascending order. And Ahmad, you are first. What would you like to do?
I would like to grapple the little child.
That works for me. Go ahead and make a close combat roll. Kelly, are you resisting that?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, then you make a close combat roll as well.
Damn.
Ahmad has a lot of successes, and a 7 on the panic roll. Who was at a 7 already?
I did.
Okay, so you move up to an 8, which is the agility, right?
Yes.
Or tremble, yeah, so you've got -2 agility till your panic stops. But you have successfully grappled Kelly.
Great. I'm going to start dragging, if I can with the fast action, to start dragging her back towards the inside.
Yeah, absolutely. Did you want to go through the inner door?
If I can,
Yeah,
yes.
I would let you do that, absolutely. Absolutely. That's where the map doesn't line up. Okay.
So in the meantime, can Kelly struggle? And
Yeah, you are grappled, so if you'd like to escape, you have to make a close combat roll to get away.
I will try to do that. Can I do anything else with my hands or anything like that?
Not substantially. Grappled kind of puts you in a position where there's not a whole lot you can do until you can break free.
Yeah, that'll be kind of okay.
1 success. Ahmad, your opposed roll, please. Two successes, but 2 panics.
How does this work in terms of rounds? So she's grappled in one round, and she can escape in the same round?
Yeah, as long as her turn hasn't happened yet. That's correct. Ahmad.
So she would get. Let me get this straight. Sorry for interruption.
No, it's
she
fine.
would get. So it's not even her initiative yet, and she would get to be grappled and break the grapple, and then do whatever her character's
Well,
going to
no,
do.
breaking the grapple would be a slow action. So if she were able to get away at that point, if she were able to break the grapple, she would still have her fast action available.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like blocking, where you can block, but you lose your fast action on your next turn.
Correct. So Ahmad, I believe you have 4 items on your character sheet. You drop number 1. So you
Don't drop that
your
$40,000 watch.
So yeah, Ahmad,
All right.
you drop your bolt gun when Kelly tries to, Kelly struggles and she tries to get away and she almost does it. You're able to hold her, but in so doing, you drop your bolt gun on the floor.
Damn it. Just coming to safety.
Oh, I'm sorry, Zeus. I skipped you. So your turn. What would you like to do, Zeus?
Yeah, I'm gonna shoot at what I came here to shoot at.
All right, very good. So, you are at medium range, which gives you a -1 penalty. But other than that, you're good to go. Now, are you clear on the special rules of your weapon?
Probably not.
Okay. So, your weapon is a custom rifle.
Right. I mean, I did read what you said, and it looks like I can fire it twice
You can.
if I use a fast action, but at a penalty.
Yeah.
Reloading is a slow action, although I can also reload the second chamber if I use a fast action.
Correct.
And
Correct.
it gets a number of bonuses that are already figured into
You got it.
it looks like.
You got it. So, so you have a fast and a slow action. I mean, if you wanted to use your, because you had said aim and fire. So if you want to use your fast to aim for the +2, that's fine. I mean, I'm all good. You tell me.
Well, I think I'll just fire and then see if I need to use the fast action to fire again.
Sounds good. All right. So,
Just hit attack.
yep, just hit your attack on your gun. Yeah. 2 successes and a panic. Roll your panic, please. 7. So now you have the nervous twitch, which is going to cause the 3 of you to all gain a point of stress. But you do hit your target. You do 3 damage, and you have a stun.
Can I add that to damage?
You can. So you can do 4 damage.
Pretty good hit.
You fire off your
Yeah, he's an asshole. He can shoot.
fire off your big
Nice.
ass booming gun and do 4 damage to this thing, and your weapon is not armor piercing, so I get to roll my full armor. Hurrah! And I had 3 successes. That's amazing. So you do hit this thing. It seems that it seems that that its chitinous hide takes most of the damage, but a little bit of a green fluid comes out of the wound, and as it hits the plants, it starts to hiss and burn. But you did hit it. You have a fast action still.
Zeus suppresses a feral grin and fires again.
All right. So you get a
Now, this one's at -2, I think it's.
yeah, -2 and then -1 for the medium. So your total penalty. Oh!
No.
No hit and you panicked. Roll your panic. Your panic is a 9, so that is a drop item. That is a drop item. So you fire and miss. Zeus, your item. Let's see. Well, you've only got 3 items on you, so we're going to roll a d4 and ignore a 4. Watch, I bet I rolled a 4 again. Rolled a 2. So in your panic at missing your shot, you somehow knock your 357 down onto the ground. All right. So, and Kelly, we had actually skipped Zeus. You had gone before him. You weren't supposed to. So, the thing is going to move, and it is going to use its fast and its other action as this thing comes out of the jungle right on top of you at point blank range. You two up top, Maggie and Alfredo, you hear 2 loud gunshots go off from inside, or from outside, excuse me. From obviously you hear it coming from down below. So I'll let you guys act before the creature takes its second move.
Just going to look at Alfredo and say, we have to go. Tell her we have to go.
Right. Sure. Where are we going?
She actually is trying to break free and like run back into the corner of the room.
I try and calm her and just take a second to talk to her and tell her if she's safe now.
Make a manipulation roll.
We're here to help her.
And I'll give you a point of help from Andy, because I assume you're both trying to. Because he's kind of been running that whole thing the whole time. Oh, no successes. You want to push that?
Nope.
Okay. So unless you want to forcibly hold her, she's running back into the corner of the upstairs room.
Well, she can run and hide.
Okay. Maggie, we lost you. Or I did.
Yeah, I just look at Captain Brooks, and as usual, she's ignoring me, not talking. Captain, where are you?
Ruh-roh. Where did I set my phone?
Am I back?
Yeah, you're back. There you are.
Okay, so yeah, I'm not going to spend more than a turn on trying to stop her. I will try to stop her once. Would that be close combat?
Yeah, go ahead.
Give me a second to get my sheet back up.
Oh, wow. Yeah, so
Okay.
she's struggling hard against you, but she's not strong enough to get away from you.
Okay, I'm going to start trying to muscle her toward the hatch with the ladder
I'll let you do that.
and say, Alfredo, start going down. I'm going to pass her to you. This is going to be tough.
Roger.
All right. Yeah, so I with three successes like that, I'll definitely let you pull that off. So I'm gonna pull your icons over there. So yeah, you pass her down and then come down the ladder behind him, or behind her, I assume.
Yeah, so kind of like Alfredo, then pass her down, and then me kind of shimmying down as best I can.
Yep, sounds good to me. Perfect. All right. What is a 4? Okay.
It's bad.
It's never good.
It's bad.
So this thing is kind of looming over you, Zeus, and it's to you, I guess it's probably absolutely beautiful because it's so terrifying. And
The ultimate challenge.
He was wearing that red flannel.
this tail whips and strikes at you with this barbed point. You don't have any armor, do you?
45,
No.
45, 45,
Okay.
45, 45.
So 0
That would be
armor.
unsporting.
Yeah, it would be unsporting. So when this thing stabs you, you take a point of damage, your stress goes up 1, and I need you to make a stamina roll, please. If you're speaking, we don't hear you.
Yeah, you're muted, Tree.
Sorry, I was speaking. Okay, I wasn't saying anything very intelligent anyway. Okay, stamina.
Sound like a boring conversation anyway. Roll your
Panic?
panic, please. A 6, but you were already at a 9, so you move up to a 10, which is a freeze. You lose your next slow action, and the stress level of you and any PCs in short range go up 1. So that would be you, I would say Kelly and Ahmad, because Maggie and Alfredo probably aren't really aware of what's going on per se. They certainly
This went
can't see
downhill
you.
fast.
So you will lose your next slow action. Alright, so Kelly and, not Ahmad, Alfredo, I'm sorry. Kelly and Alfredo, I'm going to issue you 2 initiative cards if you want to put them on your sheet.
Okay.
Kelly, you
Okay.
are a 4.
Oh, 4.
Maggie, you mean?
I'm sorry, Maggie. No, Kelly, you were already an 8. I'm sorry, Maggie, you're a 4.
Yeah.
My apologies. Too many names, too many icons. And then Alfredo, you are a 6.
Right, how do we do this?
Just click your icon on the map. Then on your character sheet, click the initiative card and put your number in.
Oh. Are you able to manually enter it?
I can fix it. Oh, there you go.
Here, hang on a
Alfredo's
sec. I just
got
don't know
this.
where my icon is. Oh, there we go. There we go.
All right, perfect. And let me resort. Resort in ascending order. So the round starts. Ahmad, you are up, sir.
I'm going to continue dragging this girl back with me, kicking and screaming as I have to.
All right. That is fine. So Zeus, you lost your action, unfortunately. So Maggie, you're muted again, Sharif. Still muted. There he is.
Yeah, sorry, it's very strange. You have to like click on the same layer as the map is to undo this this mute button, and sometimes it doesn't register. So sorry about that.
It's okay.
Seems like a lot to me. So he still gets a fast action.
Yes, he still gets a fast action. He loses his slow action, but he gets a fast action.
I'm not sure what's possible to do with a fast action. Is it possible to close the door behind him?
Well, the outer door is jacked open. So,
No, I meant the one. I'm going to move my guy to show you, but like that one.
You could do that. You have to make a mobility roll to get away. Otherwise, it'll get a free attack.
Well, he doesn't really have any other attractive options here that would allow him to fight back. So I think in the very last moments of his life, as he realizes he's going to die, he remembers that he's somebody's dad, and he yells out, Kelly, run! And he will attempt to close this.
Alright, make your mobility.
So now I'm at -2, right?
Yes.
Mobility because of his panic?
Correct.
I believe I heard you say.
That's right.
So -2.
Oh, I didn't mark story points on your guys' character sheets. You guys will have to figure out where you're at on that. I know I gave everybody one at the end, and some of you may have had one left over.
I just met him today and I didn't
Well,
know his first name.
If that's very generous of you, let me first say, and thank you for reminding us. And I know I think I had a couple left over. So just to give this guy a death that's not 100% of a shitbird death, I will use a story point to give him some kind of redeeming last breath here.
All right. So you go
Kelly, run!
back into there, and the door closes behind you. I'll give you that, absolutely.
Well, he doesn't have. It's not critical that he gets through because I don't think he would get away. But it's up to you if you want to.
Well, you're using a story point, and it's not that far. It's only a few meters. It's like it's only a couple meters. It's like 6 feet. So,
I feel like a story point should almost always give you at least one more round to try to do something survival based.
I agree.
I feel like if you're going to spend it, it
As you
should
wish.
always buy you one more action.
I didn't want to cheese.
No, it's okay. If you're cheesing, I'll let you know. Don't worry.
Okay, cool.
All right. So the door closes behind you, and Maggie, you're up.
I guess I would like to, since we don't really know what's going on, I would like to take the woman that we have and start to move her over toward the door. And he's coming running back in like, run for your life. And we're coming over there like, we got to get the hell out of this building.
It's like that scene from Clue. Let us in, let us in, let us out, let us out. All right. So moving that way is a fast action.
If I see,
Yeah, you see,
Zeus
and you see everything going on. Ahmad's got his arms wrapped around Kelly, having pulled her back into the room. Zeus has just run back in and closed the door behind him. Yeah.
And is bleeding.
And is bleeding.
probably would take out that laser pistol.
Okay.
But otherwise, my entire thrust is geared toward, we got to get the fuck out of here.
Gotcha. That is perfect. The creature moves on a 5. Okay, so Alfredo, you're 6.
I will stand there and ready action. If something comes through the door that isn't human, it gets shot.
Okay. That definitely works. Kelly, you are an 8.
I am, and I'm still grappled. Is that correct?
You are.
I am. So I'm going to try to fight that.
Okay. Make a close combat roll.
Great. Yeah, that's right, because the door's closed, isn't it?
Yep.
Okay. So it's,
All right. Roll your panic.
all right.
This little girl, Ahmad, is pretty strong, all things considered.
She's
You know, so an 8 is the tremble, so you -2 agility until your panic ends. Ahmad, she had a success. Are you just going to let her go, or are you going to fight her?
I'm rolling the fight.
All right, go
As
ahead.
bad as this is going to go, I'm rolling the fight.
Oh, 4 successes. Ahmad the Rock holding her tightly.
Oh, she's just
No, little girl.
really
Bad thing.
Yeah.
Eventually, one of you is going to get a really high panic and fail, and that's going to be that. All right. Yeah. So then it moves on a 9, and nothing seems to be following you. So we're going to leave the initiative up for the moment, but there's nothing to shoot at or anything to attack, so tell me what everybody's up to.
What the heck's going on?
Zeus, I drop a bolt by the door if you need a gun.
I think Zeus still has his rifle,
He
right?
still has his rifle, right. It's spent. It needs to be loaded. You dropped your pistol outside, yeah.
Right. Pistol's gone, but I guess he'll reload.
Okay.
Zeus, talk to us.
He'll
Why
say
did
thank
you
you.
press that?
It's here. The thing is here. It's much, much faster than I thought it would be. And there's something else. There's something else out there. I heard it. I didn't see it, but I heard it.
Close that door. Get the door locked.
Well, he's fumbling, trying to cram cartridges into his rifle.
Yeah. This interior door, you can make it open. It open and closes automatically, and you can force it to close, but it doesn't seem to have any sort of locking mechanism on it. The security door was the outer door.
It's so fast. It was on me in like a second. I never seen anything like that.
We got to get that outer door closed.
Did you see it? Did you see it?
Don't know what you're talking about. We were inside the whole time. Captain, we got to get the
Got
door
acid for
closed
blood.
while we're out there.
Door closed. We have to get back to the Selena.
You can't go out there. That thing will cut you to shreds.
Well, let's first get the door closed. Come on, guys.
All right. I would agree with that. Try to get on board with helping.
Okay.
Has Kelly been dropped?
I will at this point drop Kelly.
Okay, so she heads to the south stair ladder,
Okay.
running.
All right. So the outer door was one that Ahmad cranked open with a heavy machinery roll. So if you wanted to close it again, it would probably require another heavy machinery roll.
I'll go do it.
Okay.
The idea is Logos is in Overwatch with a pistol, and encourages anybody else to do the same, and then cover Ahmad.
Oh, that's
As Ahmad passes Zeus, he's supposed to say, "Don't go out there, Ahmad."
All right.
I have to keep us safe, and your daughter safe.
So Alfredo's overwatching, and Ahmad is there to close the door. Alfredo and Ahmad, as you guys come out to the door, and you kind of peek out there. Everything is just quiet. And when I say quiet, there's not birds. There's nothing. Just a little bit of a breeze in the trees. So, you want to try and close that door, Ahmad?
Yeah, and I'm going to use a story point to do it.
All right, so yeah, you crank that sucker shut again. So it is closed. It is closed.
And I guess we join the others. I will go to the terminals and try and find one that is working to try and find out what's going on here. And I guess, Captain, I'm going to see what they were up to here. I mean, this bunker, that thing, it's not normal. I think Zeus might have been injured. I don't know if somebody needs to look at him.
I can take a look
Okay.
and turn around.
Is
Mr.
there a
McCarthy, have
medicine
you been
cabinet
hurt?
here somewhere? Yes, I've been hurt. Is there a medical cabinet here somewhere?
I have a med kit on me. I can help you.
Everybody, just try and calm down. We seem to be very stressed.
Yes, I'm extremely stressed. I'm at level 6.
Self-aware characters. I'm at 6 stress, man. It's game over, man.
Man, I'm
So-
like shaking and dropping shit.
Well, maybe you should masturbate to your gun a little bit more. But at any rate, I can check out his cut.
I think
Yeah.
your term is amosexual.
How does it work with what's that? An amosexual?
Oh boy.
So how does it work? Medical aid plus a med kit. I get a bonus, right?
Correct. Now he's yeah, that's correct. You get +2 with the med kit.
Okay. So and he doesn't have a critical injury, does
He
he?
does not have a critical injury.
All right. So
Roll your
Oof.
panic.
all right. All right.
Okay, all right. So holding it together, as you start to check out this wound in his chest, it's nasty. It's like something with a nasty barb on the end of it stuck its way into his chest and ripped itself back out.
So it's not clean at all.
It's not clean at all, but at the same time, it's not bleeding as badly as you would have expected. And on top of that, it didn't hit anything vital. But as you're looking at it, you can see reddish striations that are moving away from the wound through his cardiovascular system. With the med kit, you think you can probably do something it's probably some sort of poison. And in fact, you're feeling that, Zeus. You're starting to feel a lot of aches and pains in your muscles. You reach into your med kit as you're treating him, and you stab him with an adrenaline shot. You think that should keep him going for a while. You don't know that there's much you can do about it, but maybe stab it off for now.
Okay. So I would hit him with the adrenaline and try to put some gauze on the wound if that's an option.
Yeah.
What does 2 successes do as far as does it help him heal some damage?
It doesn't help him heal, unfortunately, because he's not broken.
Okay.
Yeah, but the 2 successes, it kind of gave you all that information. Is the way I handled it.
Okay. So I'm going to tell him, Mr. McCarthy, I have bad news and good news. Looks like you're lucky to be alive, but I think that you've been poisoned.
Okay. You got anything in there to calm my nerves?
Is there anything in the med kit I can give him to?
Unfortunately, not. But
So,
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Alfredo.
just out of character question, especially, looking at runaway, panic, stress rolls and stuff, because we've got the door secured and stuff, can we hold up here until our stress starts to drop again?
Well, we can talk about that, and I will say that Maggie, and this is my fault. This is a GM fail. I should have mentioned this to Maggie and Alfredo. There was a first aid locker upstairs that might have something in it, so you can check that as well.
I would probably give that directive to Alfredo. Go back upstairs and check the med locker. See if you got any kind of sedative or anything.
I've got no clue about medicine, Captain. How much you want to go and have a look? I'm busy.
Yeah, I can do it.
Criminal over here.
Mechanically, how much is my flask of hard liquor count as?
Mechanically, it reduces your stress 1, and you
Uh-huh.
have to make a stamina roll. If you do not get a success, you will have -1 to wits, I believe it
Yeah,
is. Yeah.
that's. But I mean, like just counts as one glass. It's a smaller flask.
Yeah, I would say it's probably worth 2 shots. So I think you could do it
Cool.
twice. Yeah.
I'm gonna down it.
All right, that'll work. That'll work. So give me 2 stamina rolls, and it'll end whatever panic you've got going on automatically. So I'm not worried about the panic effect. So you've got successes on your stamina rolls. So yeah, you can drop your panic 2 points that way.
And then I'm just gonna meditate on the engraving in the flask and remembered what could have been.
What could have been. We'll come back to that in just a second. Who is going upstairs to check the med locker?
That's me.
Okay. All right. So you run up there and pop it open. It's just, it's not locked or anything. There's another med kit up there, and that's right. I was rolling this, and I never got an answer. Well, that's not helpful. There is 1 Naproleve syringe in there.
Okay.
So,
Well, Zeus seems like pretty well ready to blow his stack. So between the fact that he's seen something he can't explain, has been injured, possibly mortally wounded, I think makes sense to give it to him. So I will take the Naproleve syringe and come back down. Is there anything else in there that looks like it could be helpful?
in the medical locker?
Anything, any kind of antitoxins or antivenoms, anything like that?
No,
medical locker's not gonna have anything like that. All right, so I'm gonna come back down and come over. See Zeus. Try to be a little bit more personable than I have been with him so far. Zeus, I have 1 dose of Naproleve that I can give you. I just need you.
Want me to do your nails?
Thank you, Captain. Thank you. Zeus is putting his 357 back in his wallet, but he's clearly still thinking about what just happened.
Yeah. All right. So
I hit it square, Captain. Did you see that? Right in the chest, and it just shrugged it off.
What was it? We didn't see anything. We were upstairs.
So big, so fast. Some kind of xenomorph. Strange combination. Insectoid, maybe. Bipedal. Razor sharp fangs. And when I hit it, its blood disintegrated the foliage around it.
I'm going to give him the shot.
all right, give him the shot. You can kill your stress, Zeus.
Thank you.
Alfredo, make a contact roll for me. All right, you have no successes. Did you want to push that roll?
Yeah, Alfredo is just licking the wires again.
1 success. All right. So you actually are in the computer. You know you're accessing you're accessing it, but you really can't, because the terminals are all busted up. You really can't tell what you're doing. If only you had a PDAT or something, maybe you could just download everything.
I'll just grab my PDAT and download everything.
I didn't lead the witness at all on that one. All right, so could I please get the 4 of you to make an observation roll? Not Kelly.
Mechanically, did I have a moment to rest on my signature item?
Unfortunately not, I'm afraid.
That's fine.
Yeah. Oh my God, Alfredo! Holy crap!
Wow.
I see everything.
You do. Zeus and Alfredo, you guys. Well, first off, you happen to notice that Kelly seems to have sneakily sauntered over to the ladder going down, and has done that. She's started heading her way down that ladder, but on top of that, you hear the sound of the outer security door opening. And then it closes. You can hear it come back together. And then you can hear it again. You can hear it open again. And then it closes again. It's like it's stuck in a loop. It's just opening and closing.
Zeus will yell out, "It's the thing, the other thing, the one that spoke to me." He'll level his rifle towards that direction, even though the door is closed.
Okay.
With gun close at hand, I'm trying to reboot the system or something to get it up and running so that we can get the cameras working.
Okay. All right. That is fine. Ahmad and Maggie, what are the two of you up to?
I just look at Maggie like, Captain.
We have to find a way to get back to the ship. We can't just stay here. Obviously, whatever's out there broke in here before.
We could always run like hell.
If
I can
we
get
stay,
that door
won't they
open
send
pretty
people
quick.
after us?
What's that?
If we stay, they'll just send someone to come look for us. I'm a very important person.
And if you were that important, they would have told you what you were here for.
Literally make a face like that and just kind of shake my head and say, no one you want to meet is coming to look for you.
I think we make a
The
mad...
station in orbit, they know who I am. They're not going to just leave me down here. I'm warning you, you don't want to go out there.
How did you find
I've
out
seen
about
all
this
kinds
place
of
in the
creatures.
first
I've
place?
hunted lions. I've hunted tigers. This is faster than any of those things. You can't hope to outrun it. Your only chance is to sit here and hope it doesn't come in for us.
How did you find out about this place?
Through an intermediary.
Through an intermediary. And there's a fence around the entire island with a docking station from Weyland-Yutani up in orbit. What makes you think they're coming to help you?
Believe me, they want to get paid. They don't want to have a man like me go missing on their property. It's not going to go unnoticed.
Good, then
They'll
it
get
sounds like
out.
you're staying with us. But we need to get back to the ship. This building is not going to hold. We have to get off planet. Probably, well, we need a plan, though.
Door continues to open and close outside.
You said you hit it. Did you hurt it?
Barely. It didn't even stop. I've taken out creatures 3 times the size of that with a single round before. Instant death. That thing is like nothing I've encountered. It's armored to the gills, and it's not alone. There's something else. It spoke to me in my own voice.
It spoke to you?
I don't know if it was a recording, something I said earlier, right next to me, but I didn't see anything. There's at least 2 of these things out there.
There are 2 of them out there. They can probably get through the doors. There's no food here. We can't just wait this out.
Once they bring Kelly up, I'll help carry her. We run like hell.
What about
Kelly.
this radio here? You can't raise the station?
I hold up my hand radio. I had a hand radio for you to raise me. The comms for the station are completely destroyed, and I'll point over to all the smashed up terminals. I meant I had a radio you could call us if you were on your way back to the ship.
Captain, I'm still trying to get the external cameras up and running, and maybe there's a mast on top that we can connect our comms to send a signal out. Not sure.
Are there any terminals we can use at all to do something like that? I was under the impression there were no operating monitors.
All the monitors are out. Alfredo found a terminal that was functional that he connected his PDAT to. So he kind of has access that way, if that makes sense.
Okay. Sorry, I'm juggling a couple things over here. All right.
It's all good. It's all good.
Yeah, that may be one thing we can do. I don't trust Weyland-Yutani about this. They know what's down here. There's a fence. Why would there be a fence if they don't know? You saw that gate. That's not here for anything normal. Looked like it was designed to stop a dinosaur.
It's like an old
Well,
movie.
I
saw
paid
once.
them to let me in. But this was never part of the deal. They never mentioned. Just
When you come somewhere and you don't know what you're going after, it's all part of the deal, Mr. McCarthy.
From outside the door, that you guys like, that inner door, you hear from right outside the door. So it's coming from that room.
You'd better get that rifle ready again.
It's always been up. He's very scared.
Ahmad, can you try and jam that inner door shut while we're working here? At least until we've got a plan or something.
Who needs a weapon, incidentally? Is there anybody without a weapon?
Kelly.
I don't think I've picked up my bolt gun yet, but I have my maintenance jack.
Yeah, you have not picked up your bolt gun, but it's right there in the room with you. You dropped it just on the other side of that door.
Well, you
just
definitely
inside the room.
definitely want to give Kelly something to shoot.
Kelly, what are you doing downstairs?
Uh,
The adults are talking, and you just kind of went down there.
And I made it down there, right?
Yeah.
I did. And this is it's a power station, right?
Yeah, it's the reactor room.
All right, I'll find if I can find a dark corner or even an inside of a cabinet or inside of a mainframe, whatever I can hide in, I'm going to hide the best I can.
Yeah, I'd say there's probably a tool cabinet that's got a couple of big doors that you open up. There's some junk in there, some spare parts, maybe a maintenance jack or something in there. You could probably squeeze your way in.
Yeah,
Well, they come out at night, mostly.
I'm going to go hide in there.
Don't know what that sound was.
Yeah,
But it
one
came
of
from right outside the other door, and any of you have heard that before. So gain a point of stress if you would.
Yeah, I've got my pistol next to me while I'm working on the console, and I just yell at Ahmad again. Just bolt that inner door shut. You can't have it come in here.
Does it even bolt shut?
If you had a cutting torch, you might be able to seal it shut.
You've got a bolt gun. Just bolt it shut.
I'll pick up the bolt gun and try to bolt it shut.
Okay. All right. So make a heavy machinery roll with a +2. This is going to be interesting. It only rolled your stress.
Oh, I hold up. Let me roll up. I accidentally put +2
you did
instead
the
of
plus
just 2 for
thing.
the modifier.
Yeah.
Completely forgot. Here is the normal. So
Alright,
add them together.
You had 4 successes altogether.
God damn, dude.
What do you want to do with those 3 stunts?
Kill the alien.
Have the time it takes to do it.
Okay.
And make myself feel better, I guess. I don't know.
What's heavy machinery? Work quietly, which I don't know how that works with a bolt gun, but work quietly, do it in half the time, gain a free success on the same roll later, or a +1 die on a future heavy machinery roll.
I'll take the +1 die on a future heavy machinery roll for 1. And can I have it like twice?
Yes, you can. That's one you can take multiple times.
Yeah, it's quick and dirty.
Yep. All right.
So, Ahmad, your character's the only one without a ranged weapon?
Yeah, because I believe the bolt gun's like short range, but
correct. And it's armor
So-
piercing.
Also, it's not supposed to really be a weapon. It's a heavy machinery tool.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I think Zeus will take the 357 off his belt and give it to you.
Yeah, Jesse, you can also remove a reload for the bolt gun from your character sheet.
I actually already did.
Oh, very good. And then 357 is, I think it's a 1-slot item with 0 bonus, 2 damage, medium, maximum range.
And you can have the 2 reloads that come with it if you want. I'll take it off my character sheet. I assume that's a 1 encumbrance type deal?
Yes. 1 encumbrance for the gun, and then a 1/4 slot for each of the reloads.
My total encumbrance is 10, so I'll take it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you can carry everything.
We need every gun we can get up and ready.
Yeah, give Kelly a gun. She has 1 point in ranged combat. She is your daughter, after all.
I thought about that, but I'm not sure that the character would even think of that. So
When you took her shooting that one time, she probably complained the whole time.
Yeah, where is Kelly?
I have a spare gun, but I feel like Maggie wouldn't give it to a kid.
Yeah, probably not. Oh, yeah, Alfredo, you noticed Maggie went down she went downstairs.
Yeah, I'll just leave it at that. She's not out the door and she's out of the way. Alfredo doesn't care.
Alright.
And from my side, if I think I can get the cameras and stuff working, I'll continue working on the PDAT and the system.
Mm-hmm.
But if I think I've done as much as I can, then I'll just kind of stop on the terminal and focus on the scenario at hand.
Make an additional contact roll for me. Alright, so 1 success and a 7 on the panic, which is a tremble, so you have -2 agility, and as you're accessing the camera system, you're popping between the different cameras trying to find anything. You finally get to the camera that's pointed to just outside the security door, and there is a crumpled black form on the ground outside the security door. It has a long, almost, it's black and shiny, and it has a long, almost bony tail with a barb at the end of it. It has an almost human torso and set of arms and legs, even though it's thin and elongated and really kind of terrifying, and that's probably why you're trembling. It doesn't seem to have a head.
I download the images on my PDAT, and I'll...
Right about then, there's a knocking sound at the door.
Yeah.
Zeus will take a step back. He's still aiming at the door.
So, yeah, I'll download those images, and then I'll call Zeus and Maggie over to come and have a look at the images.
Is it
You're
dead?
saying a knocking, something's trying to force its way in now?
No, it's more like just a steady, like 3 times rapping on the door type thing, just kind of a knock, knock, knock.
I don't know what that is, but look what it did to that monster outside. It ripped the head clean off. Is that the thing that you said you shot and it just ignored the shots?
I look over my shoulder. Can I see what he's saying?
Yeah. He's got the PDAT image up, and it shows the grainy color image from the outside camera, and you're pretty sure that's the thing you shot.
That's it.
But
That's the thing I shot.
It's missing its terrifying elongated head.
But its head is gone.
So what exactly is knocking on a door that could kill that like that? Who's out there? What do you want?
Zeus.
I yell.
Zeus releases a trickle of urine and hopes no one sees it.
Ahmad, you're still close to the door over there?
Yeah.
Yeah, make an observation roll. Roll your family.
Oh God.
Okay, so you're holding it together, despite uh-oh, video gone. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay,
I
I
can
just
hear you.
lost video.
Fancy.
Hold on, let me just try and reconnect real quick. Maybe I should leave it alone, but I'm not someone to leave things alone. All right, there we go. I'm back.
Okay.
So you're holding it together despite hearing Zeus McCarthy's voice almost whisper from the other side of the door. Enjoy the adventure.
What does that mean? Explain yourself. What kind of weirdo is running the show? Can we go home now, Cap?
If you can find us a way out that door and past whatever's out there.
Do we see escape hatch up there? I'm going up to the room again to see if there's a way out or window or something.
Yeah, there is not. It is a solid concrete room.
There's no way up to the roof.
Nope. Which is really poor design planning if you think about it. Huh. Can't believe they didn't put some sort of ladder or something. I'll have to think
Figure
about
sooner or later something's going to happen to that satellite dish.
it. Yeah, right. At least there would be. There might have been. Yeah, well, all right. I'll figure that one out later.
I'm so going to complain to Osh about this. No escape. What happens if there's a fire?
That's right. That's right. In case of fire, we all die. You still have your PDAT hooked into the cameras there, Alfredo?
Yep. Unless we have a exit, I'm keeping comms open because that seems to be the only useful thing I can do.
Yeah. Make an observation roll with a -2. Success. Very good. Look at that. As you look back at the PDAT, you look back to the PDAT from your conversation. Something passes through the image outside the security door. Through the line of sight of that camera, but you couldn't really see it. It was just like a shimmer or a shape, but it wasn't there at the same time. You were, it was as if the jungle had come alive for just a moment, and then it was gone.
What the heck? Something is messed up out there. I don't know what that was, but there's something out there. What time of day is it?
At this point, it's probably getting on into the late afternoon. You guys have been at it for a couple hours, I think.
I don't suggest that we go out at night, so either we make a run for it now or we lock, and barricade the door until tomorrow and then try and get out tomorrow.
Well, if
We'll make his case again. Look, they sent you guys to check after this team, didn't they? They'll send somebody to check after us.
Yeah, for how long? We can't just hold up in here. We don't have any food.
As long
This
as it
team,
takes, I mean,
we were
couldn't
sent
even
for this
see that
team,
thing.
and they were dead by the time we got here. I think I should pull the bolts out, and we make a mad run for it.
I don't see much of another option. I agree with Ahmad. And we've got the ship.
Kelly, by the way, I'll let you drop a point of stress because as far as you're concerned, you're in a safe space.
Thank you.
10-year-old logic,
Yeah. Next to a nuclear reactor.
That's right.
And I have to drop the gratuitous 17 days. We're not going to last
If Kelly makes the piloting roll to fly the ship out of here when we're all dead, I'll eat my shoe.
Yeah. Oh, I got a challenge. Let's see, does she have any piloting?
I agree. We can't count on some rescue team we don't know about. We can't count on Wayland Yutani. We can't eat here, and we can't hide here forever. We should run.
The question is, do we run now and risk darkness, or do we stay here the night, gather our wits, and see if there's any equipment here and move tomorrow?
I trust Wayland Yutani more to conjure up an interdiction team to stop us from leaving after the window they gave us than I do for them to send us help. We should get out of here now. I apologize, Mr. McCarthy, but you're kidding yourself if you think they're sending someone to help you. They're not.
Well, I guess if we gotta go now.
All right. So
I'll pull the bolts out and make the damn machinery roll if I have to.
no, I'm not going to force you to do that. That's you put them in with a heavy machinery roll, so I'll let you pull them out without any real need.
I had that stunt from the last one.
Oh, that's true. That's true. So, so either way, yeah, I'd say you probably can start to rip those out where you had the door kind of bolted shut. And the door's a little worse for wear, but it still works. So yeah, you when you get the bolts out, the door, because you're standing right in front of it, the door opens, and the security door going outside is closed. Before, you guys were hearing it opening and closing. This time it's just closed.
Head for the door, hit the button, try to pop it open, get out of here.
Okay.
What about the woman we were with? Has she...
She the moment she heard that strange scream, she bolted and went right back up the ladder. And of course, Kelly's downstairs.
Alfredo. What do you think we should do about her?
Well,
We should bring the little girl.
yeah.
Well, the little girl stays with me.
This one, yes, okay.
If we can't sedate the woman, just tie her up and drag her with.
Here, this is the other one.
Good.
She survived without you guys. Should be fine.
And then we'll try that.
When you guys get back to the ship,
This one
I'll give you somebody to contact from my organization, and they'll send help for us.
Captain Yoko. Whatever.
Suit yourself, Mr. McCarthy. Let's go.
Good luck.
All right. So Ahmad, Brooks, and Alfredo are leaving, correct?
Yep.
All right. All right. Oh, that's Zeus. Sorry. Wrong person. So Zeus, you're staying inside, and Kelly, you're downstairs in the cabinet. All right. All right. As you guys come outside, that alien corpse is on the ground in front of you, and a fluid is poured out of its neck, and it looks like where it hit anything organic, like grass or vines or that type of thing, it literally burned that stuff away. But at some point, whatever acidity it has was lost or died off. The jungle is back to its the jungle seems to be back to its normal sounds. Last you heard, it was very quiet, completely silent, nothing really going on. But that's gone back to normal. That has gone back to normal. So as they're leaving, Zeus, what are you doing?
Zeus is rejoining Kelly
Downstairs? Yeah, so you find her down in a cabinet. You find her down in a cabinet, which I'll just drag you two down there. Was it somewhere? Jim, you're already down there, aren't you?
Reaction's not down here. I'm showing the map.
Yeah, you see the map. So you're in a cabinet over here, And
Kelly, where are you?
Yeah, she's so scared that as soon as she hears her father's voice, despite his usual disinterest, she comes out of the cabinet and runs to him.
all right. All right. So what's the plan for you two?
Only talkies.
Well, we're gonna wait.
Okay.
The rest of the crew's going back to the ship to get help.
All right.
I need you to hide. And we're just gonna wait, okay?
Okay.
Is there anything around here that can make a barricade around the ladder, or?
Not really. You know, there's some tool chests and stuff like that, but they're all bolted into the wall. They're all secured, so that nobody could pull one of those over on them or anything along those lines. There are a couple tools down here, but nothing that you could use as a barricade.
No problem.
All right. So flipping over to our other three, to our intrepid crew. So you guys step outside. Like I said, the jungle's back to normal. You guys heading back?
Yeah, I think we want to get back to the ship as fast as possible.
Okay.
Lobos will stop when he sees the alien, investigate it, and then just cut off the tail and a finger or two. And if the captain looks up at him, he'll just go, "Trophies, trophies," and he'll just bag the stuff and then go.
Okay. All right. So I'm gonna let you guys start doing your thing. How are you guys going about this? Are you just trudging your way out, or are you running like hell, or?
I'd be trying to get out of there as quickly as possible. We probably have to trudge down the hill a little bit, but then we can probably run the flat ground after that.
Yeah, I got that. So.
Yeah, just run.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to come back to you guys here in a minute. And in fact, make the three of you please make observation rolls. Maggie's got a success. I meant to tell you at -2, but that's my fault, so I'll just give it to you. Alright, Maggie and Ahmad have successes, and Alfredo does not, with no panic. Maggie and Ahmad, as you guys start heading out, some movement catches your eye when you're probably a good 50 feet away from the building at this point, and it's something like you think what Alfredo saw on the camera. It's just like a shape in the jungle as it moves. And you can't really see it, but it's there at the same time. The shape comes out of the jungle, and then the security door outside the building opens, and the shape disappears inside.
Run. Now's the chance.
Art by Wumbo, by the way. I was pretty pleased with how that came out. That was good. Alright, so I'm gonna let you guys run. Meanwhile, Zeus, you're just downstairs holed up with Kelly, right?
Yeah, I figure if she's hiding in the cabinet, he'll post up in front of it.
Okay. You hear the interior door upstairs open.
All right, he will level his shotgun at the ladder where it goes to the floor, ceiling, and everything, and he will whisper to Kelly, "Now, Kelly, be quiet. Don't make a sound."
All right.
He doesn't.
Nope. Kelly's noping her way right back in the cabinet. And, alright, so this thing jumps down from above.
Oh, God.
Here it comes, buddy. Here it comes.
You asked for it.
We're going to make this roll right here. And it's fine. this thing jumps down from above. It's a flurry of motion in the lights, and you can see it, but you can't. And it lands at the bottom of the steps almost silently. But nonetheless, it was there, and because you had the gun leveled at it, I will let you take a free shot.
Sweet. All right. So yeah, I imagine there's a big penalty for shooting at something you can't see.
Yeah, it's going to be short range, which is no penalty because you're kind of across the room a little bit. But it is going to be at a -2 because you really can't see it. And that is 2 successes. So you do 3 damage, and you have a stun.
What will a stunt do for me in terms of reloading? Anything?
Nothing in terms of reloading.
Nothing. Okay, so I'll add it to damage.
All right, so you do 4 damage, sir. You do 4 damage.
And then I suppose Zeus would fire again.
Well, I gave you the free shot.
It's a free shot. Gotcha.
Yeah, so we're going to go into initiative. Your shot penetrates something. You're not sure what, but it makes a terrifying noise. Gain a point of stress, and a greenish fluid spouts out of where your shell went, but it's not like the greenish fluid from the previous alien creature. This one doesn't seem to hiss or burn anything where it lands, but it's oddly luminescent. All right.
Terrifying.
I have dealt its initiative cards, and Zeus, here it is. What'd you get? A 6. Zeus, you're on a 6. Don't need to use the turn counter because I got it right in front of me. I got good news and bad news. Which one do you want first?
I always take the bad news first.
The bad news is it has 2 actions, and one of those is on a 1.
Okay.
You asked, I gave it to you. Would you please give me a D6 roll? A 1. All of a sudden, the form moves up towards you, and as it does, you hear a beeping sound or two, and this weird shimmer that you can't see just dissipates. And this thing that is standing in front of you is possibly the most terrifying creature that you've ever seen. It is bipedal. It stands on 2 legs just like a man. But unlike that previous alien which stood on 2 legs, which kind of ran hunched over, this thing is humanoid, and it is 8 feet tall. And it has a steel or metal mask on of some sort. There's some sort of weapon on its shoulder. It's got armor. Its skin, what you can see is reptilian, kind of beige and green, a little bit of brown. Its exposed skin is covered with some sort of mesh, and it's got some sort of device on its left wrist, and it's got a giant spear in its right hand. Gain a point of stress and make an immediate panic roll, please.
This thing sounds like one ugly motherfucker. All right, panic coming up.
Holding it together. Good for you, Zeus. That's impressive. That is impressive, considering.
Yes. Slightly unbelievable.
Yeah. You get to go, sir. You are on a 6. You have expended 1 barrel of your gun.
Yeah, I suppose he will do the only thing left to him and fire again.
All right. All right. So.
So -2 again.
Well, you don't have the -2 because you can see it, but you do have -3 because it's engaged range. Now you've got your fast and your slow action, so you could use your fast to aim if you wanted to. That would give you +2. That would cut your penalty down to a -1.
Sure, why not? That seems like a good, best way to use the actions. All right, here we go.
All right, here we go. 1 success. Do you want to push that roll?
I don't think so.
Okay. All right. So we are going to make an armor roll. And your shot seems to punch through some of its armor, and a little more of this luminescent green, which you assume to be blood, spatters the floor, and you're pretty sure you've managed to piss it off.
Great.
Roll a d6 for me, please.
I've hunted this and I've hunted that.
I'm gonna have you re-roll that because it already did that, so doesn't work, unfortunately. Oh my gosh! Can you roll something besides a 1?
I'll try. There you go.
A 5. All right, beautiful. It's a thing. That's wonderful right there. All right. Oh shit! This thing reaches forward, and it looks like it reached forward to reach down and forward to grab your head, and somehow you managed to duck just in time. As big as this thing is, it maybe isn't the most agile. You're not sure, but you managed to dodge it. Unfortunately, Kelly, do you want to do anything? You just heard 2 big gunshots go off, and you heard this creature outside. Okay, Maud, it's fine. Jesse, that's cool.
I mean, if I hear that the action is kind of moving away from the cabinet, I want to crack the door open and see if I have anything to do as far as escape.
Yeah, your father is right there in front of the cabinet, and you can't really see what's beyond him, but it's big. You can see its legs, and it's terrifying. You can gain a point of stress for that. And if you want to try to get out of there and make a run for it, I'll let you. It's a mobility roll.
Yes.
Go for
she's
it.
going to do that mobility. Do I still have a penalty of -2 on that?
I'd say your panic's passed at this point, yeah. Oh, no successes and a face hugger. So roll your panic, please.
Oh, that's awesome.
A 9. What's a 9? Is that a dropped item? That's a dropped item. And you gain all right, so you as you try to kind of dodge and weave out of this cabinet and you fail, you find yourself just kind of plopped out on the cabinet on all fours, and you look up at this thing. You drop your video game on the ground, and this thing just looks down and snarls at you from behind this faceless mask. Gain a point of stress and make a panic roll, please.
Right.
Well,
No,
yes, unfortunately, yeah, you move up to a 10 automatically, so you freeze, which causes your father's stress to go up 1. You're frozen in terror.
I am freezing. Oh, not freezing. I'm frozen.
Frozen.
Okay.
You lose your next slow action. Now I'm going to give you an initiative card, Kelly. You are on a 4. So we're up to the top of the round, which means the alien hunter... don't worry, I got it right here in front of me, so we're good to go. The alien hunter, because, Predator is an IP, is...
I think... Wait, were we at the bottom of the round a second ago when it tried to grab me?
Yeah, and then I let Kelly make an action if she wanted to at the bottom of the round.
Does Zeus still get a turn? Or?
He will if he survives this.
Oh, okay.
It acts twice per turn.
Gotcha.
4. What is a 4? Oops, I opened the wrong one. There we go. A 4. It keeps going straight to the character sheet. There it goes. Okay. All right. This giant spear that it's holding, it just rears back and skewers you for 3 damage.
Oh.
Ow. 1, 2, 3. That puts me at 4. Is that death? Imagine.
What's your strength?
Strength is 3.
Is 3, so you are broken. Make a D66 roll for me, if you would, please.
D66, roger that.
Oh.
62. Oh God. He stabs this thing right through your neck and yanks it out, and blood is just, through your heart, your chest. I'm sorry. Yanks it out, and blood is just gushing from your ruptured aorta. Kelly, can you make a panic roll, please, for seeing your father?
Sure. Yeah, my big bad father. Yeah. Let's see here. Panic, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
An 8,
Still
but
an
you
8.
were at a 10, so you moved up to an 11. So you have to seek cover. You immediately jump right back into the cabinet and close the door behind you.
That was reasonable. Yeah.
Zeus
with how cool is it to be killed by a predator? That's freaking awesome.
Yeah, with
Terrifying.
no one around to provide you medical aid, sir, you just bled out with the ruptured aorta.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, in about 30 seconds.
Yeah, 1 round. So
Yeah.
All right, cutting back to the other crew because I know people have to leave soon. You guys are running through the jungle as fast as you freaking can. Can I get a mobility roll from everybody? Oh no. Alfredo, make an 8. Okay. All right. And I need to roll a mod because he had to duck out. Hopefully he makes it back, but that's okay. There we go. Oh, Ahmad had many successes, but he also had a panic. Let's see here. His panic was a 6. Okay. So Ahmad's got stunts. I'm going to let him, even though Maggie freezes, which would technically fail, he can use one of his stunts to give you a success, basically. So I'm going to kind of overrule that a little bit. You heard some sort of terrifying howl out from behind you somewhere, and that caused you to almost lose your shit and come to a complete stop. But Ahmad kind of grabs you by the collar and says, "Maggie, come on!" And you guys keep running. You're running like bats out of hell, and you're getting through the jungle. It's rough going. I'm going to ask for one more mobility roll from you folks, and we're going to make one for Ahmad. All right. Ahmad, Ahmad succeeded. Alfredo succeeds with a panic, and he gets a freeze. Who am I missing? Oh, there's Maggie. I missed it up there. I'm sorry.
Mine's up there.
Yeah. I got you. All right. The problem is you're getting close to the ship, but something is crashing through the trees behind you. There is no doubt something is chasing you, and that's the result of all this stress and panic. Alfredo fails with his 10 on the freeze, but Maggie has an extra success. So you can throw that his way as a stunt.
Yeah, I would do the same thing. I'm assuming at this point everybody's kind of like stumbling, running, and when somebody stumbles a little too hard, grabbing the others and going, come on, we gotta go.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly the way I
So yeah, if
foresee
it's
this
possible
going.
to bring him out of the panic and keep him moving, then I'll do it.
Yeah, I'll give you that just because of the extra successes. All right, you make it to the fence. Now, unless I'm mistaken, you guys left that sucker basically propped open, but you also had his access code. But you can
Right.
kind of push your way right through it.
Nice.
All right, I am going to make a roll here. Give me 1 second. Perfect. All right, observation roll as you guys push through the gate to get to your ship. Oh, no, for you. Ahmad. Where's Ahmad? He's at the top because it's alphabetical order, Marty. Figure it out. Ahmad had a success with a panic. Villalobos had no success with an 8 panic. What is that? That's the shit. That's not the nervous twitch. That's the agility loss of -2. Maggie, you freeze, and I got to roll Ahmad's panic. I got to roll.
Looks like we lost Jim.
Oh, did we? Oh, there he is.
Back.
I'm still here. Yep.
Ahmad's holding it together, but he didn't have any extra successes to give. So as you guys push through the gate, and you start to head for your ship. You see it as it vaults from the trees and lands on your side of the fence. It's just a shimmering form, but it's there nonetheless. So it is at medium range to you, and you are medium range from your ship. So you tell me how you want to proceed. Well, I guess actually I need initiative cards. I'm sorry. My apologies for that. I know everybody's getting short on time. I'm trying to keep it moving here. All right, I am there and there. Maggie, you're a 2. Congratulations. Alfredo, you're a 3. Holy crap on a cracker. And Ahmad is an 8. All right, Maggie on the 2. What do you want to do?
Sorry.
Well, I'm frozen.
You are frozen. That's right. So you technically lose your slow action. I apologize for that. Let me.
What could I do as a fast action? Probably nothing. I mean, maybe I had my guns out, so.
You can. I'm gonna move you over here. Does everyone see back on the ship?
Yes.
All right.
It
So, let's see. Where's Zeus? Let's get rid of Zeus because Zeus is dead. Let's delete Kelly off. We're gonna put you right. We're gonna put you guys right there, and I'm going to put him right here. So with a fast action, you could still move. You lost your slow action because you're frozen, but you still have your fast action, so you could move one zone, which would cover half the distance to the ship.
Yeah, I'm going to start running for the door.
All right, that works.
If I'm allowed to do that.
You are allowed to do that. Alfredo, you are on a 3. What would you like to do?
Running.
All right, so you get to the door. And then that brings us to a 4. So it is going to use both of its actions to move right there up to Ahmad. And then that brings us to a 5. Unfortunately for Ahmad, he is armed. You all know why that's unfortunate. Okay, so it decloaks in front of Ahmad, and you all gain a point of stress, and he specifically has to make a panic roll. His panic roll is an 11. What's an 11? Seek cover? Seek cover. Well, the only cover is the ship, so it seems to me that he's going to run for the ship, if that makes sense. But he has to make a mobility roll. Otherwise, This thing gets a free attack. He has 3 successes, so he gets it with no panic. He gets away.
Nice.
Wow, look at that. What are the odds? All right, we're up to an 8. That's a mod. He has got to continue seeking cover, so he moves up to the ship and whoops, and then he actually probably moves in to the cargo bay. And that brings us to the top of the round. We've got a 2, who is Maggie.
Me.
Yep. Which one?
And
is
I'm
Maggie?
unfrozen, right?
You are unfrozen. You can act.
I am running for the ship, running for the bridge.
All right. So fast action gets you to the airlock. Another one gets you inside the cargo bay.
Can I yell seal the door after
You can.
I go past? Okay.
Absolutely. Talking's always free, unless it's
Okay.
a command specifically.
So I would yell to Alfredo to get the door shut and locked.
Yep. Alfredo, yeah, you are a 3, so you're up.
Run in and secure the door.
All right. I'm going to have you make a Comtech roll. One success. That's amazing.
We were meant to get out of here.
You were meant to get out of here. So it's on a 4. It moves once, and then it moves a second time for its 2 moves, and then it's on a 5. And it is going to make a Comtech roll. And if it gets 2 successes,
Oh shit!
it gets the door open. It had 1. It does not Comtech the door open.
Woo! So close.
Just not realize the password is 1, 2, 3.
Ahmad probably says, before he acts, he says, Captain, you want me to guard the door, or...
No, do everything to get the ship off the ground. Let's go.
All right, he runs down to engineering. Back to the top of the round. That brings us to Maggie. Maggie, I'm assuming, is running to the bridge.
Heading to the bridge and I'm not contacting Wayland Yutani. We just got to get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, I had a feeling. Alfredo, you're going for the bridge?
Yep.
All right, very good. In its absolute failure to get your door open through its Comtech, it's going to do something else. It's going to do something else. Why is that messed up? Hold on, I'm sorry. Oh, I guess technically it said -3. Oh,
Yes.
mother trucker.
Fuck a predator.
That's right. All right, so it's got its 5 action though, so that didn't work. It's going to back up a zone and then do it again. Oh my God! So you heard a sound from the other side of the door. But you don't know what's going on out there, but whatever's happening is not getting through the door apparently. All right, so you are on the bridge. We are to an 8. Ahmad goes into engineering. We're back to the top of the turn, which is a 2, which is Maggie. Maggie, if you want to get the ship ready, make a Comtech roll.
I would, if possible, probably like to help Alfredo get the ship ready.
That would be fine.
Especially since he goes right after me anyway.
That makes sense. So Alfredo, make a Comtech roll with a +1, since you're basically looking to make an emergency takeoff.
Oh no.
Oh wow.
That could be worse.
That could be worse. So that's the tremble. So you're at -2 agility, but you were not successful in getting the ship up and running. It backed up a zone. All right.
Could use a story point.
That's yeah.
That's true.
I will do exactly that.
All right. So you earn a story point. The ship is firing up. This guy is on a 4. He is going to aim because apparently that's all. He can't hit anything if he doesn't. 1 success. Look at all those dice. 1 success. So that sound goes off again. Someone, do me a favor. Someone pull open a character sheet and make an armor roll. You don't have armor on your character, so put in the number 5 and make an armor roll. 1 success. Alright, so something rocks the ship, and looking out the viewport, you can see this thing. It's just fired some sort of energy weapon at the airlock door. Your ship has taken damage, but it didn't blow the door in. So it held up. Unfortunately, that was its 4 turn. It gets to go again on a 5. It gets to go again on a 5. The problem is, there's just no way it can pull this off. Alright, it's gonna, hey Jesse, it's gonna move up, and then it is going to try to probably use its spear to rend open the door. Let's see how that works out, but in the end, it really doesn't matter. Of course you don't know that, right? That's what it should have done the first time. Alright. You want to make that armor roll for me again, Maggie, for the ship's armor?
Yep, can do.
Thank you. 1 success. Alright. So there's a rending of metal, and there's an alarm going off on your dash that the airlock door has been torn open. So anything in the airlock is not going to be secure in vacuum, but there's nothing to indicate. In fact, you see, looking out the window, you see the thing out there. It has stabbed its spear into the door and is kind of prying the door open. Maggie, you're on a 2. Lobos, you're on a 3. Alfredo, you're on a 3.
I'm gonna tell Alfredo, lift off. I'll fix the door.
All right, you need a piloting roll, Alfredo.
Of course I do.
Can I start? Do we have a cutting torch somewhere on board that I can go make an attempt to fix it if I go do that?
I would say there's probably one in engineering.
It's hard to imagine there's a ship flying around that
Without
can't
a cutting torch.
Yeah,
I agree.
yeah.
Roll your panic, Alfredo.
In that case, I'd probably try to radio to Ahmad instead.
Yeah, that's fine. So Ahmad, you get that radio that the airlock door needs to be repaired. Alfredo, you drop an item, which, okay, you probably drop your pistol or your PDAT, but you had 4 successes, so yeah, you punch it and you blast this sucker off. For a brief moment, Maggie, you get a glimpse that this thing was hanging on to its own spear, but as you guys started to lift off and pick up altitude, it let go and dropped to the ground, and it's just watching as you go. I am going to give it one final shot at extreme range, because otherwise it just wouldn't be any fun. Right? Right.
Well, yeah.
Right.
I'm flying evasively.
You're flying evasively. It hit. Can you please roll the armor for the ship?
Welcome to overtime.
I didn't really anticipate this. Hold on one second. I'm sorry. I gotta pull up the vehicle combat page 113. One thing I notice about this game is vehicle combat tends to happen very rarely. You know, because let's be blunt. If we wanted vehicle combat, we would play, you know, Star Trek Combat Simulator or something. Okay, can I please get a 1? Get a D6 from somebody. A 5. There's an explosion as this blast hits the ship. And Alfredo, you've lost all engine power.
Yeah.
The ship is starting to lose altitude.
I'm not helped. Get the power fixed.
Ahmad, it is your turn. This
Okay,
is
I don't
your turn
understand.
to shine.
Dry?
You are in engineering because you hadn't started moving out yet. You're looking around as the ship's engines go down after this big hit rocks you guys.
Yeah, this is a terrible time to say it, but I'm spending the story point. No roll for me.
Right on.
You grab your bolt gun and your maintenance jack and you go for it. You know exactly what's wrong. It's a nothing part. Well, it's a nothing part till you don't have one. And like the true beast of a roughneck you are, you jury-rig that sucker with your maintenance jack, a gum wrapper, and a rubber band. And just as you're starting to lose altitude, the engines kick back on. And I'm going to let Alfredo punch it at that point and start taking you into the upper atmosphere as this thing down on the planet watches its prey escape.
Most of it's prey.
Most of its prey.
It only took us 3 story points.
It's not an easy one. I'm going to reasonably assume that you guys ignore the Weyland-Yutani station's attempts for communication. Ahmad gets the door repaired, and you guys hit FTL and bug the fuck out. I think that's safe to assume.
What happens to young Kelly?
Well, Kelly eventually at some point comes out of the cabinet and finds that her father is skewered and has bled out. She probably very slowly over time starts to come out and explore. And eventually a ship lands and some people arrive. They're wearing these white suits and they're carrying assault rifles. And they collect her and take her back to the Weyland-Yutani station.
Well, that's too bad. I was hoping to be a predator wife.
Ew.
That's dark.
Right.
That's real dark.
That's rough.
Yeah.
Here, let me reconnect really
It's
quick.
really good, right?
Alright, there I am, I think. What'd you think?
It was good. I liked it.
Good,
Like
yeah.
the variety of player characters, and it was fun being Peyton Shriek's ass.
Maybe.
Yeah. It was my favorite moment was the when the Predator first let out a recording or whatever of Zeus saying what he had said earlier. That was fucking awesome.
Yeah,
That was good. It was a good way to bring him in.
in my playthrough with my kids and my dad of all people, my oldest son was playing Zeus McCarthy, and as he didn't tell anybody his pin code, and as he opened the gate as you guys were going in, he said this is going to be a lot of fun. So that's what the Predator was calling out to that group.
Nice.
But this is the second time I've run this, and I personally find this a lot of fun to run. I know you're not supposed to mix IPs or whatever, but they can kiss my ass. What are they going to do, sue me?
Yeah,
That's awesome. I'd definitely see you doing something like this again.
What was that, Bob? I couldn't hear you.
it's your game, so you can do what you want.
Yeah, that's a true
Plus,
story.
don't they do this in their movies all the time anyway?
Yeah, there were two crossover movies because at the time Fox owned both Predator and Alien, so there were 2 crossover movies, which were not great, but they're not as bad as everyone says they are. They're fun. I mean,
Well, even in Predator 2, they make an allusion to it, right? When Danny Glover's on the ship and he sees the alien.
The alien skull. That's right.
They did that in Predator 2 just kind of as like a wink
like an
and a
Easter
nudge.
egg.
Yep.
Yeah, it wasn't.
It wasn't meant to be a
serious.
full crossover, the same way as like the W-Y Easter eggs that appear throughout Blade Runner are
Right.
not genuinely Ridley Scott trying to overlap the universes. There's a lot of fan theory, but he's explicitly said that's not what I was doing.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's you know, it's fun to think of it all as a unified universe, but with Blade Runner, it especially doesn't work because that means that that Tyrell Corporation was making human androids, you know, almost 100 years before Wayland. You know,
Yeah.
it just doesn't work. You know, but yeah, it's and actually it's funny because in Alien versus Predator Requiem, there's another Easter egg. The Predator that they call Wolf. He's on the home world, and when he decides to disembark for Earth to contain the xenomorphs, his trophy case is right there to the side, and there's a space jockey skull, which of course we now know because of Prometheus that's actually a rebreather mask of sorts. But you know, just and they said the same thing. It was just meant as an Easter egg. It wasn't meant as anything. But even still, those movies are. I mean, like I said, they're not fantastic, but they're fun.
They're separate. They were fan service. There was a ton of fan demand for them for years, and then, like you said, Fox had both properties, and they came out, but they exist kind of separately from Alien. Like officially, they're not part of the RPG canon.
Correct.
The guy who wrote the book did a whole article about what he pulled as canon, what they separated as canon, and why.
Yeah.
And it's none of the novels. It's the unofficial Alien 3 script that was scrapped, which is a pretty good graphic novel you can get now. That goes a little more into the UPP, and then the 3 original movies. Resurrection's not part of it because that's in the future, but Prometheus and Covenant are part of it.
Correct.
But AVP they set completely out to the side and basically said that's for our purposes that's like a fan fiction. It's not something that they included in developing the canon for the game.
Yeah, Andrew E. Glaska is a really interesting guy. He also wrote the canon Bible for Disney when they bought Fox.
Yep.
So while he was doing the lore for the Alien RPG, he gave them their book, and he said, "This is like everything that's canon as of Ridley Scott's last film."
And I am 90% certain that he has done the same thing for them. I swear I read this, that he did the same thing for them for the Predator universe, because they own that too.
I think he did. Although it's funny you say it, because I know the Blade Runner RPG I think is supposed to be compatible, at least classes I think, with Alien, because it's by Free League, so it's going to be
your
same
Zero engine and all that.
Yep. So I think you can port them over.
I just saw on the Reddit site that somebody posted a video interview with the designer of Alien RPG. I don't know if you guys have seen that. I haven't watched it yet, but I just put it in the chat box if you guys ever want to watch it.
Yeah, and I guess I'll leave you guys with a bit of trivia. Going back to the Predator movies, Predator 2, in my opinion, is an underrated masterpiece. I know a lot of people didn't like it, but it's actually a really fantastic movie. They did everything with that movie that Predator did, but just a little bit more without being too much. They didn't go... Horror movie sequels have a tendency to go crazy, especially when you're in the B genre, right? And they didn't. They really didn't take it to the nth level. They expanded the Predator just a little bit. They gave us a great series of characters. I mean, the human characters in that movie are fantastic. And Danny Glover is almost a better hero than Arnold, because Arnold he's a force of presence, right? He's just this big guy, and we all know his star power, but his muscles have muscles. And you almost don't believe anything can defeat him. But Danny Glover, his character, and Danny Glover's a big guy. He's like 6'3", 6'4", but his character's a cop. you know, he's an everyman
He's not
hero.
like a monstrous commando.
No,
already.
he's not. He's
Yeah.
not special forces. He's not retired military. He's a cop that, as I said to my dad the other day, has a glandular issue that when the fight or flight thing happens, he only fights. You know, he doesn't experience fear like normal human beings. But he's an everyman hero, which in a lot of ways makes him a lot more relatable than Arnold. And all the characters in that movie are just fantastic. You know, Bill Paxton and then the two other cops, all of a sudden whose names are erasing me, but they're all such great characters. But neither here nor there. There was, you probably know this, you may not, and if you don't, you'll find out. The biggest complaint everyone had with Predator 2 was what? Was that Arnold's not in it. Well, Arnold couldn't do it. There was a script, but he couldn't do it because he had a shooting conflict with Terminator 2. Which, if you're going to pick a movie, you know which one you're going to do, right? Unfortunately. As much of a cult hit as Predator was. Well, it was a commercial success too, but neither here nor there. So they rewrote the script, giving him a smaller role in more of a Peter Keyes-esque character, Gary Busey's character, as part of this organization, the OWLF, tracking the Predator, and he would be working alongside Danny Glover. But again, they said, we're doing a smaller role, we can make this work, we'll work around your schedule. And he said, no, I can't do it. Terminator 2 is everything, it's 18-hour days, you know, I just can't do it. So they wrote him out, and that's when they wrote in the Peter Keyes character with Gary Busey, which really worked phenomenally. I don't care what anybody says. I think that was a great addition to the movie. But if you didn't know all that, there you go.
That's pretty cool. I actually didn't know a lot about that.
Yeah, it is good. I just saw it actually the last weekend or weekend before, and yeah, it's been a while. And the only thing because I lived through it, I'm not so enthralled with the early '90s aesthetics. But you know, other than that, it's, you know, the gang members with their brightly colored shirts.
Hey,
and all
I lived through the 90s too.
Yeah, so I know that.
Cool, man.
Well, it's like if you go back and watch Star Trek: The Next Generation, you see some of that in those early seasons. There's a lot of 90s sleekness with 80s hair. You know, the early 90s didn't know what it wanted to be.
Yeah.
No, as I didn't either. So, no, this was good, Marty. I appreciate it. And,
Absolutely.
the background, too.
Yeah, good game. Another fun one.
Good.
For sure. Lots of fun.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's great. Wow, wait a minute, Jesse, you've survived 3 games?
Don't say it like that.
The next one I want to run is one called San Tome. It's a little more slow burn, a little less action packed. Not as slow as Immaculate was. But I do not know at this exact moment in time if I can play next week. I'll know in the next day or two, and I can let everybody know.
All right. Next week works for me, and then I'm like out of the country for 2 weeks. So,
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Out for work?
Vacation.
Oh,
But
good for you.
Nice. Enjoy.
Yeah, I hope you have a good time.
Yeah, my Wednesdays look clear into the future, so we should be okay.
Mine are also still clear for now. Yeah.
All right, cool. All right, so I got to get that. I got to get that set up in Roll20 anyway. I haven't taken any steps towards getting that put together, so I got to find time to do that. But like I said, I'll know in the next day or so if I'm good for Wednesday, and I'll let everybody know.
Cool.
sounds good.
Sounds good. Yeah.
That's good. Thank you.
Awesome,
Thanks.
guys. Thank you for playing. I really enjoyed it.
Have a good day, guys.
Have a good day.
Running it.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.